Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. I used to be a cave diver. After what happened in Devil's Siphon, I will not even stand under my own shower anymore. I am typing this in a cheap apartment kitchen with the light over the stove buzzing and flickering every few seconds. It is 2:13 in the morning, the kind of hour where the hallway outside my door is dead quiet. The parking lot is just sodium yellow and empty, and every little sound in the walls feels like it means something. I have a half-eaten frozen dinner sweating on the counter, my work boots by the door, and my laptop sitting in front of me, warming my wrists while the cursor blinks on this email to your channel. If you end up reading this on your horror show, there is something you should know. I have told this story before. I told parts of it to a detective who only wrote down the words diving accident and human error. I told parts of it to a therapist my insurance paid for, who kept asking how I felt about survivor's guilt and not about the parts that came after. I even tried to tell my ex-wife once, standing in our old bathroom with the shower running, but I shut up halfway through because the sound of the water hitting the tile made my skin crawl. You can call this a diving story if you want. The papers did. 4 divers under the ice. 2 never recovered. 1 body only found in pieces. They called the place a flooded cave system in the middle of nowhere. We called it Devil's Siphon. The maps called it something else entirely, like giving it a normal name would make it less wrong. But what happened down there is only half of why I am writing. The other half is what followed me home, right now, as I am typing this. The refrigerator behind me is humming. In a second, it will click off like it always does, and the apartment will go very, very still. And if tonight is like most nights since Devil's Siphon, I will hear it again, 3 soft taps, somewhere inside the wall behind my shower, like someone gently knocking metal against a pipe. Tink, tink, tink. Exactly 3. Always 3. Maybe you are listening to this in your car, parked outside a grocery store with the engine off and the heater ticking. Maybe you are lying in bed with your back to the wall, telling yourself that the house settling is just wood and nails. That is fine. I used to tell myself the same thing. I used to stand under the hot water and let it drum on the back of my neck and pretend the sound in the pipes was just old plumbing. Then I dove Devil's Siphon with 4 other men, and I saw a diver's skull wedged in the rock 30 meters under solid ice, still wearing its mask. I watched one of my friends drown so close I could feel his hand close around my arm before he let go. I saw something else in that cave too, something I have never been able to get anyone to write down in a report. So if this makes it onto your channel, do me one favor when you get to the end, leave a few seconds of silence. No outro music, no sponsor ad, just dead air. Let whoever is listening hear their own walls for a moment. If they hear 3 taps, then maybe they will understand why I do not trust showers anymore, and why I am not sure Devil's Siphon ever really let me leave. 1.1. The kitchen light and the cursor. I am sitting in the kind of kitchen you see in apartments they rent to people who do not ask too many questions. The ceiling is low, yellowed at the corners. The light over the stove is one of those cheap dome fixtures they buy in bulk plastic, turned the color of old teeth. A couple of dead flies stuck inside it like they died trying to get out. The bulb hums a little, a thin electric buzz that you do not notice until the rest of the building goes quiet. The refrigerator behind me is doing its usual thing. It rumbles like an old truck trying to turn over, settles into a steady growl, and then, after a minute or two, cuts off with a hard little click that leaves the room feeling too empty. Every time it stops, I look up from the screen like I lost something. Then I remember it is just the fridge, not the cave. The digital clock on the front of the stove says 2:13 a.m. The red numbers bleed onto the metal, throwing a faint glow across the stovetop where somebody before me burned something and never really scrubbed it off. There is a coffee mug next to my elbow with a ring of cold black at the bottom, the sides stained brown from 1,000 refills. Next to it, on the fake wood laminate, is a dark crescent of grease where I set down a fast food bag earlier and forgot about it. My work boots are by the door, laces half undone, a dusting of dry white concrete still clinging to the soles. My jacket hangs over the back of the chair across from me, one sleeve touching the floor. The whole place smells faintly like microwave dinners, coffee, and that weird sour chemical they use in the hallway to mop the linoleum. In front of me is the only expensive thing I own, an old silver laptop with the paint coming off at the edges and a fan that whines whenever I ask it to do more than one thing at a time. The space bar is shiny where my thumbs hit it. The N key has a crack through the middle. The screen is the only real light in the room, throwing pale blue across my hands, making my knuckles look bone white and my scars darker than they really are. On the screen, a blank email is open. The cursor blinks over and over in the body, like it is tapping its foot, waiting. I have already typed the address into the to line. I had to Google it 3 times to make sure I got it. Right, there are a lot of channels these days that read people's worst nights out loud for strangers to listen to while they drive or cook or try to fall asleep. I do not know your real name, only the one you use on the channel. I do not know if you read these yourself or have someone do it for you. I do not even know if this will ever make it past your spam folder. What I do know is that this is not the first time I have tried to tell this story. I told the neat, cleaned-up version to a detective in a small conference room at the county building 2 winters ago. Fluorescent lights humming overhead, a tape recorder between us. His tie loosened just enough to say he was tired, but not enough to say he cared. He kept me on the parts that fit the form he needed to fill where we went in, what equipment we had, when we last had contact, what conditions were like, when I tried to steer into the parts that did not fit the sounds, the things I saw in the corner of my light. His eyes went flat in that way people get when they are already done with the conversation. "We're dealing with a tragic accident here, sir," he said. "Let's stay on what we can prove." I tried again with the therapist my insurance paid for. Beige room, fake plant, diploma on the wall. He had that soft voice they must teach them in school. He nodded a lot when I told him about the dive, about the bodies they did not find, about the skull wedged in the rock. Then he started asking me how it made me feel to be the one who survived. Survivor's guilt, intrusive thoughts. Have I tried breathing exercises? He kept pushing it back onto my head, like the problem started and ended in my brain chemicals instead of in a piece of earth with a hole in it. Every time I mentioned the noise in the pipes at my apartment, he wrote something down and changed the subject. I even tried once with my ex-wife, back when we were still pretending we might fix things. I was standing in our old bathroom in a towel, steam on the mirror, water pounding the tile behind me. I told her I wanted to explain why I was having trouble sleeping, why I kept checking the walls. I got as far as after Devil's Siphon before the sound of the shower on the ceramic started to sound too much like something else, and my throat locked up. I turned the water off, and we never really finished that conversation. A few months later, I signed the papers. Maybe she decided it was easier to live with somebody whose worst memories stayed in their head, not in the plumbing. The shape of the story changes depending on who is listening. The police got the version with distances, depths, times. The therapist got the version with feelings and half-finished sentences. My ex got almost nothing. You, or whoever ends up reading this into a microphone, you get the version I have not been allowed to say out loud anywhere else. Not because it is too dramatic, but because it sounds too much like the things you put in the fiction category, even though every part of me is sure it happened. Out in the hallway, down past the thin apartment door and the scuffed baseboards, I hear the elevator shudder as it starts moving. There is a clank, a low mechanical groan that travels up through the bones of the building. Then the muffled ding when it hits the third floor. Someone's footsteps cross the hall. A key rattles in a lock, and then there is just the quiet again. Late night life in a building full of people who have to be up too early to be wandering around for long, when the elevator goes still. The other sounds creep back in. There is the faint hiss from the heater vent near the floor, pushing out air that smells like dust and old filters. Somewhere above me, a pipe ticks as it cools. Off in the parking lot, through the thin glass of the kitchen window, a car passes on the road, tire noise hissing on wet asphalt, then fading. Then, from inside the wall behind my back, there is a single, dull tap. Just one. It is so soft that most people would miss it. A little knock in the drywall, like a nail settling. The kind of thing you only notice if you have spent too many hours listening for it. I freeze anyway. My fingers hang above the keyboard. The cursor keeps blinking, patient as ever. I tell myself the same thing I always tell myself: old building, old pipes, metal expanding and contracting, neighbors flushing toilets. It is a story I have learned to recite in my head, as easy as my own name. Sometimes it even works for a minute or two, but I do not move until I am sure there is not going to be a second tap, or a third. There is a stain on the wall right where I imagine the sound came from, a little discolored patch above the outlet. The paint bubbled a bit, like there was a leak once, and the landlord painted over it instead of fixing it. I have looked at that spot so often, I could probably trace it with my eyes closed. Behind that thin panel of gypsum board is the same kind of narrow, dusty space that exists inside every wall in every place you have ever lived. A few inches of air, some wiring, some pipes. Just enough room for things to hide where you cannot see them, but you can hear them if they move. My hands finally drop back to the keys. I try to focus on the email again. I am not a writer. I bend pipe and haul ductwork. I spent most of my adult life turning wrenches and crawling through crawl spaces that smell like cat piss and mold. The closest I ever got to creative writing before all this was filling out work orders with complete sentences, so I am not going to pretend I know how this is supposed to sound. What I do know is what people like the ones who watch your channel look for. Long drives at night, earbuds in, dishwater running in the sink while someone scrubs plates and listens to strangers' nightmares. Folks lying in bed with the lights off and a phone screen glowing on the nightstand. Letting someone else's story play loud enough to drown out the noises their own house makes. These are people who already understand that the worst things do not always leave teeth marks. Sometimes they just leave sounds. That is why I am writing to you and not to another detective or another therapist. Your audience is already comfortable putting one foot into the dark and seeing what moves. They know that sometimes the stories that sound the most made up are just the ones no one wanted to hear when they first happened. If, by some chance, this email gets picked out of the pile and read out loud, Maybe the thing that happened to us in that cave will finally live somewhere other than inside my head and my walls. Maybe when people hear about Devil's Siphon, about what we found down there and what never really left, they will stop thinking of it as just another diving accident at the bottom of a news article. Maybe, for once, the part that came after the official search was called off will actually count. The refrigerator kicks back on with a low growl. The light over the stove hums a little louder, like it is trying to keep up. I pull my shoulders up against the chill that creeps in around the window frame and set my fingers properly on the keys. The cursor waits. I take a breath, watch it fog the cold air just a little, and finally start to type the first words of the story I have been avoiding for years. 1. 2. How I learned to breathe underwater. I did not grow up anywhere people go on vacation. No beaches, no mountains, no shiny downtown with a skyline. Just a tired little town with one main drag, a handful of bars, a Walmart on the edge of everything, and a whole lot of fields and scrub wrapped around it, like the place had given up trying to grow any further. If you have ever driven through a town and only stopped long enough for gas and a bathroom, you have been somewhere like where I am from. Most of my life was spent underneath things or inside them. Under cars at the garage out by the highway, where the floor stayed slick with oil no matter how much kitty litter you threw down. Inside hot attics when I was doing HVAC calls in the summer. Sweat running into my eyes while I changed out units for people who yelled if their house got 2 degrees warmer than they liked. Later, crawling through the guts of buildings as a maintenance guy checking boiler rooms, changing air filters, fixing leaks over ceilings nobody looked at until brown spots spread across them. It was not a bad life, exactly. It was just the kind that narrows without you noticing. Checks that never stretched as far as the bills. A credit card balance that crept up no matter how many overtime shifts I took. An argument here, a slammed door there, a marriage that started with a cheap ring and a big promise and slowly turned into 2 people sharing a lease and not much else. I was always good with my hands, but not much else. School did not stick. Books put me to sleep. The only things that made sense were the ones that turned when you turned them, or hummed when you wired them right. The closest thing I had to a hobby was taking long drives at night after a shift. Aimless loops around the county with the radio low, watching headlights smear across the windshield. Then there was Evan. We met at the garage. He was the kind of guy who could make changing brake pads sound like a story. A little younger than me. Always had a sunburn in the summer. Always had a new scratch on his knuckles from something stupid he did on the weekend. He had that kind of laugh that made other people in the room smile even when they did not hear the joke. If I was the type that slowly sank into routines, Evan was the type that kept climbing out of them just to see what was over the wall. He got into scuba first. Somebody he knew had an extra spot in a basic open water class at the YMCA 2 towns over. He came back talking about buoyancy and depth and how weird it felt to breathe through a regulator for the first time, like being allowed to cheat at drowning. I told him it sounded like an expensive way to get water in your ears. He spent the next week nagging me about it anyway. "What else are you doing on your days off?" he asked one night, leaning against my truck outside the shop. The sky was that flat gray pink it gets right after sunset in a place with nothing blocking the horizon. You crawl through holes in people's houses for a living. You're built for it, man. Come see a hole that isn't full of spiders for once. I do not know what finally made me say yes. Boredom. The look on his face. The feeling that if I did not change something, I was going to wake up 10 years later with the exact same day ahead of me. Whatever it was. A month later, I was kneeling at the edge of an old rock quarry, wearing rented gear and trying not to think about how wrong it felt to be willingly walking into deep water. The quarry had turned into a local dive spot after they stopped pulling rock out of it. The machines were gone, but you could still see the scars on the walls, layers of stone stripped away, jagged shelves stepping down into green-black. The water was cold enough that it punched the breath out of me when it leaked past my collar the first time. My wetsuit smelled like other people's sweat and the kind of rubber that never really loses its chemical stink. But once I learned how to breathe, really breathe, something clicked. You do not realize how noisy your life is until you put your head under and it all cuts off. Up top, there is always something: traffic, voices, air conditioners, dogs, TV bleeding through the wall, your own thoughts tripping over themselves. Down there, it was just the steady rush of air through the regulator, the small roar of each inhale in my own skull, and the fizz and pop of bubbles running up past my ears to break on the surface somewhere above. Evan's eyes crinkled at the corners behind his mask when he saw me relax for the first time. He gave me the OK sign with his fingers, and I surprised myself by giving it back without faking it. We started with easy dives, shallow stuff, clear water, sun cutting down in fat shafts, sunken platforms and training lines, the occasional shopping cart somebody pushed in as a joke. But those were just the kiddie pool. Once we had our cards and enough dives logged, Evan started talking about overhead environments, caves, mines, quarries with submerged tunnels left behind when the pumps were shut off. "It's the same thing," he said, barefoot on the back of a pickup, gear laid out between us. "You already know how to crawl through crawl spaces. This is just wet." He was wrong, of course. There is something very different about being under a ceiling you cannot stand up under, with rock or concrete inches from your head and the surface not straight above you, but somewhere out of sight. Around bends you might not remember right. But I did not know that yet. We started following people who knew more than we did. Technical divers with expensive lights and more patience than sense. They taught us about redundancy, about different gas mixes, about planning a dive like a math problem instead of an adrenaline shot. For a while, it felt safe enough, controlled. The lines we tied into rock, the careful gas calculations, the rehearsed hand signals. And then there was the quarry. Not the clean training one with platforms and picnic tables. This was a different hole in the ground, further out. The kind of place you only hear about if you hang around the right or wrong forums long enough. An old industrial quarry that had flooded when they killed the pumps and walked away. No official access, no rescue plan. Just cold water filling old machine tunnels and access corridors carved into the stone. We went there a year before Devil's Siphon. Just me and Evan that day. No guide, no extra eyes. Looking back, that was mistake number one. I remember the sky being colorless, low clouds pressing down. The quarry walls were steep and ugly, streaked with orange where mineral-rich water had run down and dried. We geared up on a ledge that used to hold some kind of crane. The air smelled like dead leaves and rust. Underwater, it was darker. The way deep ponds get dark, not black, but a kind of heavy green that eats the light if you let your beam wander too far. We followed an old cable down to where the main tunnel cut into the rock, our lights throwing little circles ahead of us. The entrance looked like a mouth that had been carved by hand-straight edges. A roof, a floor. Comforting, in a way. To a guy who had spent his life crawling through man-made holes. The silt on the floor was soft as flour. Every fin kick that hit wrong sent it puffing up into the water, a slow-motion dust storm that took forever to settle. We knew better than to rush. We moved slow, hand over hand along the guideline we had tied off near the entrance. Breathing in, breathing out, counting each turn, each feature, the way they taught us. At some point, the tunnel narrowed, not by much, just enough that my tank scraped the ceiling if I did not angle right. I went first, shouldering through, feeling rock brush my shoulders, hearing the hollow knock of metal on stone through the water. When I cleared it, I turned to check on Evan. He was in the waist of the restriction, body at an angle, fin tips buried in the silt. My light caught the cloud he had kicked up, turning the water between us into a dense brown smear. I could still see the glow of his lamp, jittering. I signaled for him to back up, to relax. His response was a jerky half motion with one hand. The other hand was clawing at something near his chest, his hose, his harness. I could not tell. The silt boiled higher, in my mask. I could feel my own pulse start to pound. Then his light disappeared. Not off, just swallowed. 1 second, there was a hazy cone of it in the murk. The next, there was nothing but a wall of brown inches from my face. I held onto the line with one hand and reached back with the other, groping in the fog. My fingers brushed neoprene, then metal, then his arm. I felt him grab me hard. The grip was wild, not a signal anymore, but a clutch. The water around us went from cold to something else entirely when I felt his regulator slip. It is hard to describe that in words. There was a tug through his body, and then the hand on my arm went from tight to slack in a heartbeat. I grabbed for his face, found the edge of his mask. But by then there was already a different movement, a rush out of the corner of his mouth as the regulator came free. My light cut through the silt just long enough for me to see it, a burst of silver bubbles and a darker ribbon swirling out with them. His eyes behind the glass went wide, the way a person's eyes do when they are trying to scream and cannot. Then the silt closed in again, and he was gone. The line trembling in my other hand like it was laughing at me. We never got him back. The rescue team came later with their better training and their rules and their sad faces. They pulled pieces of gear out of that quarry like teeth, a section of harness, a mask, one fin, part of a wetsuit, shredded where it had caught on rock. They told me the rest probably sank deeper into some pocket or got trapped in a place too narrow for them to risk. There is only so much we can do, they said. The water takes what it wants. I heard those words, but what stuck with me was not the speech. It was the sounds. The hollow bang of their tanks against the side of the truck, the drip of water off their suits onto the gravel, the hum of the portable pump they ran for a while, like a distant engine that never quite caught. After that, showers got harder. At first, I thought it was just grief. I would stand under the stream, and suddenly the pattern of it hitting the tile would change. And for 1 second, it sounded exactly like air rushing through a hose. A hard inhale, a rush of bubbles, the little pop and fizz of exhale. I would put my hand on the wall and feel that faint vibration through the pipes, and my brain would take me straight back to cold rock and green-black water. Then the tapping started. Little things at first. A single clink in the wall beside the tub. A tiny knock under the sink while the faucet was running. It was nothing I could not explain. Buildings settle, pipes move, metal expands and contracts. I told myself all of that, over and over. But there were nights when I turned the water off, stood there dripping in the quiet, and heard 3 delicate taps travel along the copper behind the plaster. 3 pause, 3 pause, the exact same rhythm Evan's tank had made when it bumped the ceiling of that tunnel as he struggled. That was a year before Devil's Siphon ever came up in conversation. If you want to understand why I said yes to that cave, why I went under the ice at all after what happened in the quarry, you have to understand this. I was already living with the sound of someone drowning in my walls. Going deeper started to feel, in a twisted way, like the only chance I had to find out if anything had ever really come back up. 1.3. Mason's call and the first 3 taps. For a while after the quarry, I told myself I was done with deep water. I boxed up my gear and pushed it to the back of the closet in the spare room, behind a busted shop vac and a stack of old moving boxes I never unpacked. I ignored the dive forums. I stopped answering texts from the guys who still went out on weekends. Every time I walked past the sporting goods aisle at Walmart and saw masks and fins hanging there under fluorescent lights, I took a different route to get to the registers. It did not fix anything. The nightmares stayed. I would wake up with the taste of cold stone in my mouth, reaching for a regulator that was not there. Showers became a negotiation between getting clean and not staying in the water long enough for my mind to start replaying the last 15 seconds of Evan's life. And always, underneath the regular noises of the apartment, there were the pipes. Little ticks and clicks and knocks. Most days I could force those into the old building box in my head. Most days. Then Mason called. His number popping up on my phone that afternoon felt like seeing a ghost. I was on my lunch break at work, sitting in my truck in the lot behind the building, eating a cold sandwich over the steering wheel. The screen lit up with his name, and for a second I thought about letting it go to voicemail. I even watched it ring twice. On the 3rd ring, my thumb moved on its own. "Yeah," I said, mouth full of bread and cheap ham. "Well, hell." Mason's voice drawled through the speaker, warm and easy like nothing bad had ever happened to anyone we knew. "Didn't think you were still picking up numbers from this side of the hobby." His accent had that lazy southern slur to it, the kind that could make an insult sound like a compliment. Mason was in his early 40s, but he had the wiry build of someone who did not know how to sit still. In the small world of local cave divers, he was a kind of minor legend, the guy who had been in every hole, swum every line, mapped sections other people only talked about. If there was a story going around about some insane penetration or a sketchy rescue, his name was usually somewhere near the middle of it. "I'm not in the hobby anymore," I said. "You know that." He made a sympathetic noise that did not quite reach sorry. "Yeah, I heard you hung the fins up. Listen, I'm driving through town later. You got time to grab a coffee at that diner off 72. Thought I'd run something by you. No pressure." I almost said no. It was there, right on the tip of my tongue. Then I thought about going back inside, about the busted faucet on the 3rd floor I still had to fix, about the eviction notice taped crooked on the door of 3B, about the quiet way the building supervisor had mentioned cutbacks. I thought about the second notice from the bank in the pile of mail on my kitchen table at home, the one with the words "delinquent" and "foreclosure" bolded. "Yeah," I heard myself say, "I can do coffee." The diner sat off the highway like a leftover from a different decade. All chrome edges and big windows, and a neon sign that buzzed and flickered between EAT and AT whenever the transformer felt moody. The parking lot was half full of pickup trucks and long-haul rigs that had pulled off for bad coffee and a bathroom inside. The air was thick with the smell of bacon grease, burnt toast, and whatever cheap disinfectant they used on the tables. Mason was in a corner booth, his back to the wall, one arm draped over the top of the vinyl seat like he owned the place. He had a chipped white mug of coffee in front of him, half empty, and a spiral notebook pushed off to one side. When he saw me come in, he grinned, the lines at the corners of his eyes deepening. "Look at you," he said as I slid into the opposite side, still above ground. "Trying my best," I said. A waitress came over, older woman with tired eyes and a name tag that said Linda. She topped off Mason's cup without asking and poured some into one for me, the mug clinking against the saucer. A crack ran down the side of it from the lip to the base, stained dark from years of use. Coffee steamed up, smelling weak and overboiled. "You eatin' today or just drinking bad decisions?" she asked. "Just the bad decisions, ma'am," Mason said. "Thank you kindly." When she walked away, he leaned in a little, resting his forearms on the table. Up close, you could see the sun damage on his skin, the small white scars across his knuckles from climbing through caves and over rocks. "So," I said, "you didn't drag me out here to talk about the weather." He smiled, but it softened around the edges. "Nah, I heard about the quarry. I'm sorry about Evan. He was a good diver. Good man." The words hit something inside me that had gone numb. I nodded without looking away from my coffee. "Yeah. We all make our peace with it different ways." He went on. "Some of us quit. Some of us get careful. Some of us..." He shrugged. "Keep poking the dragon, I guess." "Which one are you?" I asked. He didn't answer that straight. Instead, he flipped open the notebook and turned it so it faced me. On the page was a rough sketch, a winding line through a scribbled outline that could have been rock, or a snake, or a bad EKG. There were numbers along the line, depth marks, little notes in his cramped handwriting. "You ever heard of a place the old-timers call Devil's Siphon?" he asked. The name settled into my gut like a piece of ice. I shook my head. He tapped the drawing with one finger. "It's out past where the Forest Service stops pretending they keep track of things. Looks like nothing on the map. Just trees, a little depression, a pond. But under that pond is a cave system that drops and twists like something God carved on a bad day. 2 known entrances this pond here, and another sump about half a mile away on the far side of a ridge. Folks have gone down both ends, gone a ways, come back. Far as I know, nobody's done the full connection in one go in years, maybe ever, by a clean definition." He traced the line with his finger as he talked, following the curves, the squeezes. Why I asked, my voice sounded steadier than I felt. Depth, cold, bad visibility in the wrong seasons. Parts of it narrow down real mean. Nobody's mapped the whole thing proper in a long time. Takes the right team, right conditions, right kind of stupid. He glanced up at me when he said that last part. I stared at the sketch. The line dropped steeply away from the starting point, curled through a narrow section labeled S-curve, opened into a chamber, then snaked toward the second entrance. He had marked potential places for staging tanks, for air pockets, for bailout routes. It was not a casual doodle. He had been thinking about this for a while. "And you want me where in this picture?" I asked. Mason sat back, cradling his mug in both hands. The neon from the window bled red and blue across his face, making the lines there harsher. "I want you on the team," he said. 5 divers, 2 lead-in with scooters. 3 following after a delay. Cameras on the whole way. GoPros. Maybe a couple handheld rigs if we can swing it. I've been talking to a production outfit that buys this kind of footage for documentaries and, He nodded vaguely. Channels like the one you're writing to now. People eat this stuff up. Deepest caves, worst conditions. If we pull it off, there's good money. Enough to make a dent in whatever mess you've got stacking up in your mailbox. I did not remember telling him about the bank letters. Maybe he did not need me to. Mason had a way of reading people's lives in their boots and their eyes. I'm out, I said automatically. You know what happened last time. I'm not going back under a ceiling like that. He nodded, like he had expected that. I do know what happened last time. I also know you did what you could, and that the water doesn't give a damn how good you are on a given day. But I also know you. He pointed at me with one finger. Not unkindly. You're not built to sit on the sideline forever and let that be the last line in your story. Guy who watched his buddy die and never got back in. That's not how you work. That's exactly how I work, I said. But even as the words left my mouth, they sounded weak. He shrugged. You don't have to decide now. Think about it. Call me in a day or two. If you say no, I'll find somebody else. But I'd rather have someone I know can keep their head when things go sideways. Someone who knows what can go wrong and respects it. That's you. Whether you like hearing it or not. Linda came back around then, dropped a check on the table, refilled our mugs. The coffee had gone lukewarm in mine, but I drank it anyway. And changed the subject. Asked about work, about the divorce, about whether I was still driving the same truck. We talked like regular people for a little while, about small things that did not matter. When we walked out into the parking lot, the sky was already going dark. Highway noise washing over us in steady waves. Mason clapped a hand on my shoulder. Just think on it, he said. Devil's Siphon isn't going anywhere, but neither are your bills. He gave me a half smile and climbed into his truck. Taillights glowing red as he pulled back onto the road and disappeared into the stream of headlights. That night, back in my kitchen, I tried to pretend the whole conversation had not happened. I tossed the mail pile onto the table without opening anything new, heated up a frozen dinner that tasted mostly like salt, and stared at the blank email draft on my laptop without typing a word. The sink was full of dishes. I told myself I would at least do those, if nothing else. It was something small I could control. I ran the hot water until steam rose, added soap, watched the suds build up. The faucet had a little whistle to it when you opened it past halfway. A high note underneath the rush that put my teeth on edge. I stood there, sleeves rolled up, hands in water that was just shy of too hot, scrubbing dried sauce off a plate, when it happened. 3 sharp, clean taps from inside the wall, directly in front of me. Tink, tink, tink. Not a random settling creak. Not a long tick from expanding metal. 3 distinct notes, spaced almost perfectly evenly. It sounded exactly like someone on the other side of the drywall had taken a piece of metal and tapped it gently against the copper line that fed the sink. The vibration came through the water, through the plate in my hands, straight into the bones of my fingers. I froze with my arms elbow deep in the sink. The water kept running, drumming on the dishes, but all I could hear were those 3 echoes fading. Tink, tink, tink. It was the same rhythm I had heard in the quarry, the same pattern Evan's tank had made when it clipped the ceiling in that narrow passage. I had not let myself admit that until that moment. Every little noise up to then I had jammed into the rational boxes: bad plumbing, old building, imagination. But there in my own kitchen, with hot water numbing my skin and the cheap overhead light buzzing, there was no mistaking the sound. I twisted the faucet off so fast the handle squealed. The sudden silence roared in my ears. Behind me, the refrigerator hummed on, then off, like it was breathing. I stood there dripping on the linoleum, staring at the spot on the wall where the sound had come from. A faint discoloration marked the paint, the same bubble I had stared at 100 times. Behind it, a few inches of empty space, then pipes, dark, narrow, out of sight. My phone was on the counter, screen dark. I dried one hand on my shirt, picked it up, scrolled to Mason's number before I could talk myself out of it. My thumb hovered over the call button for a second, then moved up to the message icon instead. "I'm in," I typed. I stared at the words, feeling my stomach sink and twist, and, against my will, something else rise up with it, a bitter little spark of relief, maybe, or anger, or ego. The part of me that hated the idea of my last memory underwater being my failure to pull Evan out. The part that wanted to go back under a ceiling and come out the other side this time. I hit send. The phone made a tiny whoosh sound as the message went out. Somewhere far away, in another kitchen or a truck cab or some basement full of gear. Mason's phone buzzed. Back in my apartment, the walls stayed quiet. The pipes did not knock. The only thing I could hear was the blood in my ears and the low, steady hum of the fridge coming back on. I wish I could tell you that the 3 taps that night were the first time I ever heard that pattern. Like it was some brand new omen, a sign that Devil's Siphon had just turned its head in my direction. That would make the story cleaner, but it would be a lie. The truth is, those 3 little notes started the night after Evan drowned. I heard them in my old bathroom while I stared at the drain and tried not to imagine his last breath. I heard them in the walls of that first apartment when I thought it was just bad plumbing. I heard them in the pipes at the motel we stayed in once, before any of us knew the name of a cave under a frozen pond. Devil's Siphon didn't start the tapping. It just gave it somewhere new to echo. 2.1 Walmart parking lot crew. The morning we left for Devil's Siphon did not look like the beginning of anything special. That is the worst part about days that ruin you. They usually start off looking like every other one you have already survived. The sky was that washed-out blue you get in late winter, the kind that makes the sun look tired. The air had a bite to it, but not enough to be dramatic, just enough to make your fingers sting when you grabbed cold metal. My truck coughed twice before it turned over, exhaust puffing white into the empty street outside my building. The bed was loaded down with gear aluminum tanks strapped together with bungee cords. Plastic tubs full of reels and lights and spare regs. A milk crate of tools rattling every time I hit a pothole. The springs creaked when I pulled out of the lot, like the truck was trying to tell me this was a bad idea in its own language. We had agreed to meet in the parking lot of the Walmart out on the edge of town. Every place like mine has one, the big box squatting in the middle of a sea of asphalt, ringed by chain restaurants and gas stations like some kind of cheap planetary system. At that hour, the lot was already waking up minivans pulling in, early shift workers in blue vests cutting across the lanes with their heads down. A couple of RVs that had clearly spent the night parked along the far tree line. I saw Mason's truck first, backed into a spot near the edge of the lot, nose pointed toward the exit like he never liked the idea of being boxed in. It was an older Chevy, Paint faded, bumper held together with more rust than metal. In the bed, his gear was laid out with that casual neatness you only get from someone who has done it 1,000 times tanks in a row. Dry suit hanging from a crossbar, coils of line looped cleanly and tucked into a crate. Mason himself was leaning against the side of the truck, one boot up on the bumper, a Marlboro hanging from his lip. He lifted 2 fingers in a lazy wave as I pulled into the spot next to him. The smoke swirled up around his head, dragged sideways by the breeze. "You're really here," he said, when I killed the engine and climbed out. His voice had that same unhurried drawl as always, like he had all the time in the world. I said I was in. I answered, hoping he could not see the part of me that wanted to throw it in reverse and back out of the whole thing. Next to Mason's Chevy was a newer Dodge Ram that still had dealer plates on it, paint shining like it had never seen a dirt road. The bed was overfull with shiny gear tanks with fresh stickers, brand new fins, a dry suit that still had creases from being folded in the box. Rick was by the tailgate, wrestling with a duffel that looked like it weighed more than he did. Rick was one of those guys you could tell had spent time in a gym. Broad shoulders, thick neck, beard trimmed just enough to look intentional. He wore sunglasses even though the sun was barely over the trees, and his jacket probably cost more than my truck. He gave me a nod that had just a little too much swagger in it. "Sup, man," he said. "You the guy Mason told me about, the one who used to dive that quarry?" "Yeah," I said. "Something like that." He grinned like I had just told a good joke. "Cool. Good to have somebody who's seen some real shit." You know, I did not bother answering that. On the other side of the row, Tyler crouched on the pavement, pointing a GoPro at a line of tanks like he was filming a product commercial. Tyler was the youngest of us, late 20s at most, all nervous energy and endless commentary. He wore a beanie with some outdoor brand logo on it, a hoodie, and cargo pants with more pockets than anyone needed. When he saw me, he stood up, flipped the camera toward his own face, and launched straight into it. "Day 1. Devil's Siphon trip," he said, grinning into the lens. "We're here at the finest pre-expedition outfitter in the county Walmart. Got the whole crew." He swung the camera around, catching Mason with his cigarette, Rick flexing over his duffel, and finally me, squinting into the lens. And that's our quiet guy, resident impenetrable cave whisperer. "Say hi, man." I lifted a hand half-heartedly. "Hi." He laughed like I was the funniest thing he had ever filmed. "We're gonna get so many comments about how dead you look inside. People love that." "Knock it off, kid," Mason said, though there was no heat in it. "Save your battery for when we're under." Then there was Caleb. He arrived last, in a small gray sedan with a cracked windshield and a dive sticker peeling off the back bumper, while the rest of us had a kind of thrown-together look, like we had come straight from whatever else our lives were. Caleb carried himself like all he had been thinking about for days was this dive. He wore glasses with thin black frames, and even now, he had his dive computer in his hand, scrolling through menus, muttering numbers under his breath. "Morning," he said, distracted, as he popped his trunk. Inside were his tanks, labeled in neat marker mixes and dates and pressures all written in the same precise hand. His gear was clean, organized, borderline obsessive. That man loves numbers more than people. Tyler whispered near my shoulder, "If you drown, he'll at least be able to tell you your exact depth and nitrogen load while it happens." Caleb heard him and cracked a rare, small smile. If you die on my watch, it won't be because the math was wrong, he said. User error is another story. We stood there for a few minutes, the four of them catching up, me hovering at the edges, listening more than talking. The world around us went on like we were just any other group of people wasting time in a parking lot. Inside the Walmart doors, automatic openers hissed as shoppers pushed carts in and out. The big blue sign over the entrance looked too bright against the pale sky. Through the glass, I could see the row of checkout lanes, fluorescent light beating down on conveyor belts and impulse buy displays. Overhead, the tinny PA system was playing some pop song I did not recognize. All sugar and no weight. A kid pushed one of the corral carts past us, metal wheels jiggling on cracked asphalt, the whole train of them rattling like a bag of bones, somewhere closer to the entrance. A car alarm beeped twice, then went silent. Diesel engines idled as semis rolled around to the loading dock. The smell of exhaust, fryer grease from the in-store fast food counter, and cold air all layered together in my nose. And in the middle of all that normal, ordinary noise, our little island of metal and rubber and neoprene sat baking in the pale sun tanks stacked like bullets. Steel frames with flecks of rust along the welds. Harnesses dangling like skeletons for some other kind of animal. It hit me, for just a second, how obscene it looked. Not because the gear itself was evil, but because I knew how thin the line was between adventure equipment and what they use to recover what is left of you. "You good?" Mason asked quietly, stepping closer. I realized I had been staring at the tanks like they were coffins. I dragged my eyes away. "Yeah, just thinking." "Think all you want," he said. "Just do the right thinking when we're under." We did one last round of gear checks there by the trucks. Valves spun, hoses tugged, O-rings inspected, hands running over metal and webbing in practiced patterns, small rituals to convince ourselves we had control. Watching everyone fall into their roles helped, in its own way. Mason moving from setup to setup, scanning for mistakes. Caleb double-checking mixes with his analyzer, frowning when numbers did not match the plan until they did. Rick trying to act casual as Mason retightened half his clips. Tyler swapping batteries on his cameras, narrating everything under his breath as if he already had an audience. When Mason was satisfied, he clapped his hands once. "All right," he said, "snacks, batteries, duct tape, then we roll. Last chance to buy anything that might save your life or make your death more comfortable." We filed toward the entrance like any group of guys running an errand. Automatic doors parted with a wheeze. Warm, artificially scented air washed over us, heavy with detergent, plastic, and fryer oil. Inside, the lights were brighter than the sun outside. Aisles stretched out in long, straight lines under humming fluorescence. The floor tiles gleamed in that way only big box floors can, polished just enough to reflect shapes moving over them. Shopping carts clattered and squeaked. Somewhere near the front, a kid was crying, the sound bouncing off high ceilings. We split up. Caleb headed straight for electronics to pick up extra batteries. Tyler beelined to the snack aisle, talking into his GoPro about fueling for the descent. Rick gravitated toward the sporting goods section, like a magpie in a jewelry store. Mason and I lingered by the front for a moment, grabbing duct tape, zip ties, cheap chemical hand warmers, on the way to meet the others. I cut past the aisle with the summer stuff. It was too early in the year for most people to be thinking about swimming pools and beach trips, so the shelves were half stocked, half empty. There were stacks of brightly colored pool noodles, inflatable rings with cartoon sharks printed on them, and, halfway down, a section devoted to kids' life jackets and swim vests. Tiny orange and yellow ones hung side by side on plastic hangers, buckles dangling. A little boy stood in front of them, tugging at his mother's hand. "This one. Mom," he whined, pointing at a vest with a superhero logo on the front. "I want this one." His mother, tired, in a thick coat, sighed and said they did not have a pool, that he did not need it. He started to protest. She pulled him gently away. Their cart rattled off toward the groceries, leaving the aisle momentarily empty. I do not know why I stopped. Maybe it was just momentum, or the color, or the way the vests were hanging there like waiting bodies. I stood there, staring at those little life jackets under the unforgiving lights, and my brain did what it liked to do best these days. It put Evan where he did not belong. For a split second, I saw him not as the man I had known laughing in grease-stained coveralls, mask pushed up on his forehead, hair plastered to his skull by quarry water, but as a shape at the far end of the aisle. A wet shape, dripping onto the polished floor. Wetsuit dark and shiny, regulator hanging loose from his mouth. His mask was cracked right through one lens, a jagged white line like a lightning bolt across his eye. Water pooled around his boots, spreading slowly, reflecting the fluorescent tubes above into a smeared, broken pattern. I blinked. Hard. The aisle was empty again. Just vests, pool toys, cardboard cutouts of smiling families pretending everyone they loved always made it home from the water. My heart was beating too fast for a place where they sold cereal in bulk. I forced my feet to move, to carry me away from that section and back toward the sensible, solid weight of duct tape and protein bars. But the picture burned in behind my eyes, the cracked mask, the dripping suit, the puddle spreading across the white tile, out in the parking lot. The trucks waited patiently in the pale sun, loaded down with all the things we thought would keep us safe. Inside, under buzzing lights and cheerful announcements about rollback prices, I felt more haunted than I had in a long time. Devil's Siphon was supposed to be miles away, hidden under trees and ice and rock, standing there in Walmart, with a cart squeaking past and a song about love and summer playing overhead. I had the first real sense that whatever was down there was not as far from me as I wanted it to be. 2.2, gas station stories and a church in the trees. We left Walmart in a little convoy that did not look like much from the outside. Just trucks and a tired sedan pulling out of a parking lot on a cold morning, joining the slow line of vehicles flowing toward the highway. If anybody looked twice, they probably just saw guys heading out hunting or fishing. You could not see from the road how heavy the bed of my truck felt, how wrong the weight of those tanks sat in my stomach. Mason led in his Chevy, exhaust faintly gray, radio antenna whipping. Rick's shiny Dodge followed, the chrome on his tow hooks flashing when the sun broke through. I fell in behind them, and Caleb's little sedan brought up the rear, the dive sticker on his bumper barely clinging to the glass. Tyler drifted between vehicles depending on what shot he wanted. One hand on the wheel of his car, and the other occasionally raising a camera to film bits of the road like it would matter later. The interstate swallowed us for a while. Same old concrete, same worn lines, semi-trucks hemming us in on both sides. Billboards shouted about fireworks, personal injury lawyers, and fast food. None of it felt real. My eyes kept drifting to the reflection of the tanks in the rear window, the rounded shoulders of them just visible under the bed cover. After an hour or so, Mason took an exit that peeled away from the main traffic. The road narrowed, lanes dropping from 4 to 2, then to 1 with a broken yellow line down the middle. The air seemed to change to less exhaust, more raw dirt and something cold and green from the woods. Houses thinned out, replaced by stands of bare trees and fields with rusted equipment forgotten at their edges. We were low on gas and caffeine by then, so Mason flicked his turn signal toward a faded sign that simply said, "Fuel, Food, Lotto." The station sat at the junction of 2 roads like someone had dropped a shipping container and built around it until it stuck. 2 ancient pumps stood under a sun-bleached canopy, their digital displays the old red, blocky kind. The price per gallon clicked slowly upward, a few cents higher than it should have been. We pulled in, each truck taking a pump. As soon as I stepped out, the smell hit me gasoline and old oil and that sweet, stale scent of hot dogs that have been rolling under heat lamps for longer than anyone should admit. Somewhere under it all was cigarette smoke and the faint sour note of mop water that never quite dried. The store itself was a rectangle of buzzing fluorescent light, visible through streaked glass windows plastered with promotions, 2 for $3, energy drinks, scratch-off, bonanza, live bait. Near the door, a faded cardboard cutout of a football player held a soda bottle out in eternal offering, the edges softened with time. "Fill up and grab what you need," Mason called, swiping his card through the reader. "Last real stop till we hit the trailhead." Tyler was already filming, panning across the pumps. "Nothing like a little high-octane and questionable meat to start your descent into the earth," he said, narrating for no one and everyone. I jammed the nozzle into my tank and locked the trigger, watching the numbers climb. The cold seeped through my jacket. The wind cut across the lot, carrying with it the low hiss of distant traffic and the flapping of a tattered American flag on a pole near the road. Inside, the station was exactly what I expected, and somehow worse. The floor was rough tile stained in patterns that said they had given up trying to make it look clean years ago. Refrigerated cases hummed along one wall, rows of energy drinks and beer bottles glowing under LED strips. The coffee pots looked like they had not been rinsed properly since sometime last summer. To the right, a glass-fronted hot roller slowly turned a lineup of shriveled hot dogs and something that might once have been taquitos. The smell coming off them was thick, salty, and weirdly sweet, like meat and plastic had decided to get married. Above the counter, little digital screens flashed lottery jackpots. Beneath them, the wall was a patchwork of thumbtacked papers, yard sale notices, handwritten ads for firewood, a curling flyer for a lost dog that probably found its way home or didn't a long time ago. Mixed in were sun-faded missing posters, their bold black letters dulled to charcoal gray. Faces looked out from behind their plastic sleeves, some young, some middle-aged, all framed by that same caption, "Have you seen?" The man behind the counter looked like he had grown there. He had a thick white mustache stained brown at the ends, a trucker cap pulled low, and a flannel shirt that might once have been red. He watched Mason walk in, then me, then Caleb, his eyes flicking past us to the gear visible through the windows. "You boys headed fishin'?" he asked, voice dry as the jerky hanging from hooks near the register. Mason shook his head, dropping a couple of energy drinks and a bag of peanuts on the counter. "Something like that," he said, out toward the Forest Service roads. The man's gaze slid past him to where Rick was outside, tightening a strap over one of his tanks, to the sticker on Caleb's sedan, to the coil of line peeking out of the open truck bed. "Y'all going to that hole in the woods," he said, It was not quite a question. My stomach tightened. Mason smiled his easy, neutral smile. "Lots of holes in the woods round here, sir." The man snorted. "Don't smart-mouth me, son. I've been sitting in this box long enough to know the difference between deer hunters and fool legs wanting to drown themselves in a cave. You're not the first ones I've seen run through here with tanks and rope." He peeled a lottery ticket from a roll with one thick finger, then seemed to change his mind and set it aside. His eyes narrowed just a little. "You hear about that diver they never pulled out?" he asked. Caleb, flipping through a rack of lighters near the counter, went still. Tyler, who had come in mostly for the chance to film the hot dog roller, slowly lowered his camera. "No, sir. Can't say we have," Mason said. The old man scratched at his mustache. "Years back now. Fella come through here with his buddies, gear like yours. Joked about going swimming in the devil's bathtub. I told him the same thing I tell every boy that looks like he's more in love with the idea of dying interesting than living plain." He tapped the counter twice, then glanced up, eyes sharp. "That water doesn't care how much prep you did." "What happened?" I heard myself ask. He looked at me fully then, like he had not noticed me until that moment. There was something in his gaze I did not like, not fear exactly, but recognition. "Storm rolled in while they were under," he said. "Rain like God was trying to wash the county off the map. Folks say the pond near that cave don't take much to swell. Next day, some hikers found a flipper, one of them fins like you boys wear floating in the trees on the far bank. Just one. Little bit of strap left attached. Whole rest of him never did wash up." He shrugged, like that was that. Search and rescue went out. State boys, county boys, all the toys. Dove it for a week. Called it an accident. Called the case closed. But closed on paper don't mean closed down there. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, somewhere behind me. The cooler compressor kicked on with a low, vibrating moan. Mason let a small stretch of silence sit between them, then chuckled like he had just heard an old ghost story. "Well, that's a hell of a welcome," he said lightly. "We'll be careful. Promise." "Careful," the old man repeated, like it was a word he did not quite believe in. "You boys do what you're gonna do. Just remember there's folks in these woods who never got to finish their drive home." He rang up the drinks and snacks, his hands surprisingly quick on the old register keys. As Mason paid, I let my eyes drift back to the clutter on the wall, behind a layer of newer flyers and a warped poster for a local fair. Something caught my eye. A flash of blue neoprene, the curve of a shoulder. I stepped closer, reaching up to peel back a paper advertising firewood, call Jim. Underneath, half hidden, was a missing person flyer so faded the black ink had turned the color of pencil lead. The photo showed a young man in a wetsuit that had seen better days, standing on rocky ground with water behind him. His hair was flattened, his mask pushed up on his forehead. He was grinning at whoever had taken the picture, holding one fin in his hand like a trophy. The name under the photo was barely legible. The letters washed out. Phone numbers ghostly. I squinted, trying to make out the year on the date he had disappeared. The edges of the flyer had curled, and someone had written over part of it with a pen at some point. A doodle or a phone number, cutting through the missing man's shoulder. I could not tell whether it said 10 years ago or 15. It did not really matter. For a moment, the fluorescent light above us flickered, and in that half-second of dimness, my brain betrayed me again. The grin on the faded flyer seemed to falter. The man's eyes going flat and glassy instead of alive. Water droplets that were not really there, beaded on the printed shoulders of his suit. And a crack I knew was just a fold in the paper looked. Suddenly, like a fracture line running through his mask. I blinked hard. The flyer returned to being what it had always been, paper pinned to a corkboard, forgotten under other people's needs. "You ready?" Mason's voice came from behind me. "Yeah," I said, stepping back, letting the top flyer fall back into place and cover the diver's face. "Yeah, I'm ready." Outside, the air felt colder. We walked back across the lot, plastic bags crinkling in our hands, as I pumped the last few gallons into my truck. I glanced back at the station, through the glass. The old man watched us, one hand resting on the counter, gaze following our gear more than our faces. He lifted 2 fingers in a lazy, ambiguous salute. It could have been goodbye. It could have been something else. We pulled out onto the road again, engines rumbling. The gas station shrank in the rearview mirror, its neon open sign bleeding red into the gray morning until it was just another dot and then nothing at all. The further we drove, the more the world dropped away. Houses got farther apart, then vanished. The road narrowed, cracked in places where roots had pushed up from underneath. Trees closed in on both sides, their bare branches knitting together overhead like ribs. Cell service flickered, then died. At one point, the road curved around a small rise, and there, tucked back in a clearing, was a church. It was the kind of wooden chapel that looks like it has been standing since the first argument over where to put the road, white paint peeling. Steeple leaning just a hair off center. A simple wooden cross sat crooked on top, silhouetted against the pale sky. Next to it was a cemetery. If you could call it that, a scatter of headstones. Some upright, some listing sideways. 1 or 2 sunk so deep into the earth they were just bumps under the dead grass. The fence around it was more suggestion than barrier, a line of rusted posts with sagging wire between them. As we passed, the wind caught something on the church porch. I looked over just in time to see a set of metal wind chimes hanging from a hook by the door start to sway. They were the simple kind, hollow tubes of different lengths with a little wooden clapper in the middle. The sound they made carried oddly clear through the closed window of my truck. 3 notes, high and thin, struck in quick succession as the clapper hit the tubes. Tink, tink, tink. It was not the soft, random music chimes usually make when the breeze toys with them. It was sharp, almost deliberate. The hairs on my arms stood up under my sleeves. Y'all hear that Tyler's voice crackled over the radio, a laugh undercutting his words. Even the churches out here sound haunted. Mason's chuckle came through a second later. It's just wind, kid. Keep your eyes on the road. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe it was exactly what it sounded like, old pipes. Hollow metal. Random chance. But as the church and its crooked graveyard slid out of sight behind us and the woods closed in tight, I could not shake the way those 3 notes had lined up. The same clean hits I had heard in my walls. The same rhythm from the quarry. It felt, for the first time since we left town, like the world outside the truck was starting to hum along to something only I could hear. 2.3, Motel Night, the wall that listens. By the time we rolled into the motel lot, the sky had gone from dull gray to the kind of flat black you only get out past town, where there are no real streetlights to fight it. The highway ran a few hundred yards away, a constant low ocean sound of tires and engines. The motel itself sat hunched just off the exit ramp, like it had been dropped there in the 70s, and nobody had bothered to move it since. The sign out front was a big plastic rectangle on two metal poles. Half the letters burned out. Mountain View Inn, it claimed in faded red. Even though there was nothing to see but the silhouettes of trees and the faint glow of distant truck stops. Under that, a smaller neon strip blinked vacancy in sickly red, stuttering every few seconds so it read VACNY half the time. The parking lot was roughly paved, patched in places, with puddles that reflected the sign in broken, jittery pieces. A few semi-trucks slept along the far edge, cabs dark, their trailers looming like parked whales. A couple of compact cars huddled closer to the rooms, all of them coated in a thin sheen of road dust. Our trucks looked out of place and yet exactly right. Lined up near the middle beat-up Chevy, two shiny Dodge, my tired Ford, Caleb's dented sedan. Gear straps buzzed in the wind as we climbed out, legs stiff from the drive. The air had the wet cold of early night in the woods, smelling faintly of pine, exhaust, and the chemical sweetness of whatever they used to clean the rooms. The lobby was just a small square behind a front desk, separated from the night air by a glass door scuffed at kick height. Inside, a TV bolted high in the corner played a game show on low volume, colors oversaturated. The man behind the counter wore a polo shirt with the motel logo stitched on crooked. His hair slicked back in a way that made it hard to tell how old he was. He barely looked up when the bell on the door jingled. Mason did the talking, sliding his ID across, paying in cash. We got 2 rooms side by side, one for everyone to pile into while we went over the plan, one for actual sleep after. The keys were the old-fashioned kind, brass on cheap plastic fobs with the room numbers stamped in white. Room 12 smelled like all cheap motels, stale air freshener, trying to smother old cigarettes and a hint of mildew. The carpet was the kind of pattern designed to hide stains, all brown and red swirls. But it failed. There were darker patches here and there that told their own stories. The beds had those slick polyester covers in an indeterminate color between green and blue, shiny and thin. A single flat-screen TV hung on the wall opposite them, newer than everything else, but still a few models behind. The remote on the nightstand stuck slightly when I picked it up, some old spill turning the buttons tacky. The lamp between the beds had a crooked shade and a pull chain that sparked faintly when I tugged it, the bulb inside flickering once before settling into a weak yellow glow. The air conditioner under the window was already humming when we came in, its plastic face rattling occasionally, like something loose inside did not want to be there. Every time the compressor kicked on, the tone of the room shifted a deeper vibration that you could feel through the floor and the bed frame. We dumped gear bags and duffels along the wall, leaving just enough space to walk between the beds and the table by the window. Outside, truck brakes hissed as someone eased into the lot. The sound filtered through thin glass and faded curtains printed with an abstract leaf pattern. Mason took command of the bed closest to the door and turned it into a makeshift planning table, spreading out the sketch of Devil's Siphon we had already seen, and a more detailed topo map he pulled from a tube. He smoothed the pages with his palms, flattening the creases. "Okay," he said, voice taking on that particular focus it got when he shifted from friendly to professional. "One more time, nice and slow." We gathered around, perching on the edge of the mattress or standing at the sides. The bed springs complained under the weight, a dull metallic squeak every time someone shifted. Tyler propped his GoPro on his knee, lens pointed at the map. Mason pointed with a chewed-up pen. "Entry point is here. Pond 1, ice layer maybe an inch, 2 tops. We cut a triangle, drop in. Follow the primary line I set last month. His finger traced the initial descent. First air chamber at about 500 feet in. That's our first check. If anybody's not feeling it there, that's your last clean chance to back out with minimal decompression penalty. Caleb nodded, already jotting notes in a small waterproof notebook. His lips moved silently as he did some mental math. From there, Mason continued, shifting his finger to a tight bend. We hit the S-curve choke. Single file, no heroics. Scooters off. We respect the restriction or it'll punish us. Past that, tunnel opens into the main chamber. He tapped a slightly wider section. Big room, higher ceiling. There might be an air dome up here, but don't count on it. We stage extra gas there. Then we make the final push toward exit pond. If conditions are crap, we assess in the chamber and call it no shame in turnin'. Caleb cleared his throat. At planned depth and duration, we're looking at a minimum of 300 minutes total, including deco if everything's clean. He flipped a page, tapped it. If we have delays at the restriction, he shrugged. It stacks up. We have to be merciless about gas management. 1/3 in, 1/3 out, 1/3 reserve, no exceptions. Rick sat against the headboard, legs stretched out, arms crossed over his chest. He tried to look relaxed, but his eyes were on Mason's finger, tracing every curve. How long you say you were in there last time, he asked. Just a taste, Mason said. Didn't push far. Conditions held. I liked what I saw enough to plan this run. Liked what I saw, Tyler muttered, aiming his camera down at the map. If you're watching this, that means we made it through what he liked, and you're hearing this from the other side. He turned the camera slightly, framing Mason's hand, Caleb's scribbles, Rick's boots. This is the part in the documentary where they always cut to slow music and say everyone was in good spirits. Cut the meta crap for 1 second, Mason said, though you could hear the faint smile under it. I want your real head in there tomorrow, not your pretend one. Tyler flipped the camera back toward his own face. For the record, he said, eyes glinting. If they find this footage floating in a pond in 10 years, this will be the part where the comments say we should have turned around in the gas station parking lot. You're not helping, I said. He grinned, unbothered. If I stop joking, that's when you should worry. We went over it all again and again, timings, signals, what to do if someone lost the line, what to do if a light failed, what to do if a person failed. The words started to blur into each other, a mix of technical terms and shorthand that only made sense to people who had spent too much time thinking about what could go wrong under a roof of rock. After a while, the voices started to sound like they were coming from the other end of a tunnel. I sat back on the other bed, feeling the springs through the thin mattress. My eyes drifted up to the ceiling. There, directly above me, was a stain. Every cheap motel has ceiling stains, leaks from the floor above, condensation from busted air conditioners, spills from idiots. This one was shaped like a blotch that had spread out and then pulled back in, leaving a darker ring around the edge and a lighter, damp-looking center. In the weak light from the lamp, the stain took on a shape if you looked long enough. To me, lying there with talk of depths and chambers in my ears, it looked like a mouth, a wide one, open in a silent, rounded O, water bleeding from the corners. I blinked, and it was just a stain again. At some point, the meeting broke up. Mason folded his maps, slid them back into their tube with the care of a priest putting away a relic. Caleb checked and rechecked his gear list. Tyler did a few last-to-camera sign-offs. I'll see you on the other side, and if this gets uploaded, we're legends." Rick cracked a beer from a six-pack he had smuggled in, taking a long pull like he could drink away nerves and gravity both. We split between the two rooms after that. Mason took first shower, water rattling through the pipes with a hollow roar before settling into a steady hiss. I sat on the edge of the bed, listening to it through the thin bathroom door, feeling my jaw tighten at the way it echoed the sound of a regulator purge. When it was my turn, I kept it short, in and out, more rinse than wash. The water pressure stuttered once, spraying air for half a second before catching again. In that tiny hiccup, my heart climbed up into my throat. I stood there dripping, naked under a weak shower head, listening to the muted rush and the occasional tick in the pipes, and forced myself to breathe slow. Back in the room, I pulled on clean clothes and lay down on the bed closest to the door. Mason had taken the other. His breathing evened out faster than I expected. For all his bravado, he had always been able to sleep wherever he landed. Tyler and Caleb were in the next room. I could hear the muffled thump of their TV through the wall, some late-night show laugh track rising and falling. The air conditioner cycled from hum to clunk to silence and back again, never quite keeping a steady rhythm. Truck engines outside growled as drivers started up or shut down. Once, sometime after midnight, there was the high-pitched beep of a reversing rig, then the hiss of air brakes releasing. I stared at the stain on the ceiling. The more I looked, the more my mind filled it in. The ring around it became lips, the center a dark throat. It was as if I were lying at the bottom of something, looking up at a distant opening where light should be but wasn't. Water did not drip from it, but I half expected it to, waiting for a cold drop to hit my forehead, like the beginning of a cave ceiling giving way. The TV in the next room clicked off. Blue light leaked around the edges of the curtains as a car pulled into the lot, then faded when it parked out of sight. Somewhere down the row of rooms, a toilet flushed, the water rushing through pipes above my head. I must have drifted close to sleep at some point, because when it happened, it felt like a drop, that falling sensation when your body jerks you back awake. 3 taps, clear, sharp, and so close I thought for a second someone had flicked the headboard with their finger. Tink, tink, tink. My eyes snapped open. My heart pounded in my throat, in my ears, everywhere. I pushed myself halfway up on my elbows, listening so hard the room seemed to tilt. The sound had come from the wall directly behind my head, not from the parking lot side, not from the bathroom, but from the shared wall between our room and the next. It had that hollow quality of something striking drywall and whatever ran behind it, metal on something thin and empty. "Mason," I whispered. His silhouette was a dark shape on the other bed, chest rising and falling. He did not move. Either he had not heard it, or he had decided not to notice. I swung my legs over the side and stood, the carpet rough under my bare feet. The heater rattled, then stilled. For a second, the whole world seemed to hold its breath with me. I walked the few steps to the wall and laid my palm flat against it. The paint felt cool. I pressed my ear against the cheap wallpaper. On the other side, a soft, rhythmic rumble that my brain quickly parsed as snoring. Someone in the next room was sleeping hard, their airway catching just enough to make noise. Beneath that, the faint murmur of a TV turned way down, the kind of unidentifiable dialogue that belongs to no one once it passes through a wall. No scraping, no whispering, no one tapping back. I stayed like that for a long moment, listening for any repeat of those 3 little notes. All I got was an advert jingle bleeding through the plaster, then the rise and fall of someone's laugh track. Finally, I backed away and sat back on the bed. The springs squealed. The stain on the ceiling stared down at me. It would have been easy to file it under motel noises. Thin walls, neighbors knocking something over, pipes settling as hot water cooled. I wanted to. But the sound in my head was too precise. Same pitch, same spacing, same hollow metal timbre as the taps in my kitchen and the ones in the church chimes. Tink, tink, tink. Like something had its own language and was patiently repeating it, waiting for me to admit I recognized the words. I lay back down and pulled the blanket up, though it did nothing for the cold behind my ribs. The trucks outside cycled through their own nocturnal rituals, engines on, engines off, air hissing, doors slamming, inside our room. The air conditioner growled back to life, drowning out some of the smaller sounds. Sleep did not come so much as ambush me. 1 minute I was staring at the ceiling, tracing the edges of the stain with my eyes. The next, I was somewhere else entirely, half dreaming of dark water and framed doorways under rock. Looking back, that was the night it really clicked for me. The taps were not tied to any one place. They did not belong to my old apartment or my current one. They did not belong to the quarry alone, or to the pipes under my bathtub, or to the church in the trees. They were coming with me, from my house, to that diner, to this motel pinned like a bug by a highway. Every mile closer we got to Devil's Siphon. They got a little clearer, a little harder to excuse. That was the night I realized whatever followed me out of the quarry did not care where I slept. 3.1. Cutting through the skin of the pond. Morning came too fast and too gray. When I stepped out of the motel room, the world looked washed in cold milk. A thin skin of fog clung to the trees and hovered over the parking lot, blurring the hard lines of the trucks and the highway beyond. The air slapped the sleep out of me. It was the kind of chill that went straight from your cheeks to your teeth. Every breath came out visible, a little ghost of itself that vanished as soon as it rose. Mason was already by his truck, moving with the wired calm of someone who had switched into dive mode. He had a thermos in one hand, steam curling out of the open lid, and a coil of rope over his shoulder. Tyler stumbled out a minute later, beanie pulled low, camera already in his hand. Rick and Caleb followed, both quiet, both all business in a way that did not match how they had talked the day before. We loaded up in near silence. Gear that had been checked and rechecked was lifted back into beds and trunks with the unconscious care of habit. Tanks clanked softly as they settled against each other. The plastic tubs creaked when we slid them into place. The motel's neon vacancy sign buzzed behind us, still insisting someone else could come and stay in that room and not know what it had heard the night before. The road from the motel to the clearing was less road than suggestion after a while. At first it was cracked asphalt with a center line, then patched gravel, then just a pair of ruts through damp leaves and half-frozen mud. Branches scraped the sides of the trucks, making long, whispering sounds that set my teeth on edge. The fog thickened as we climbed, wrapping around the trees, swallowing the horizon until all we saw were trunks and our own taillights. When Mason finally eased his truck to a stop, it was like the forest had decided that was far enough. We pulled into a small open space, ringed by pines and bare-limbed hardwoods. The fog here hung in layers, close to the ground, so our boots disappeared in it when we stepped down. The quiet was almost total. No traffic, no hum of distant towns, just the occasional caw of a crow and the small movements of the woods. Devil's Siphon, the name that had felt like a story for days, turned out to be nothing more and nothing less than a pond. It lay in a shallow depression beyond the tree line, maybe 30 feet across. Its surface a dark, flat disc under a thin skin of ice. The ice was the opaque white of old glass, with faint cracks spiderwebbing through it like veins at the edges, where dead grass and muddy ground met the frozen water. Fallen leaves were frozen halfway in, their curled tips sticking up as if in mid-sink. "Looks friendly," Tyler said softly, camera already up, recording the first wide shot. His breath puffed in front of the lens, like a place you'd throw a stick for your dog. "Dog'd be smarter than to go after it," Mason said. His tone was light, but his eyes were not. He stood at the edge of the pond for a long second, just looking. Then he set his thermos down on a rock and got to work. From the back of his truck, he hauled out an ice saw, a nasty-looking thing. Long, serrated blade, teeth flecked with old rust. The handle had duct tape wrapped around it for grip. He also pulled a smaller chainsaw from a plastic case, checked the fuel, and set it aside for backup. "Triangle cut," he said, more to himself than to us. "Gives us more stable edges. You slip. You don't slide back under the sheet." He stepped onto the ice with careful, testing pressure, boots squeaking faintly on the frost-dusted surface. The ice held. He walked out a few feet from the shore and scored a shallow mark with the tip of the saw, outlining the 3 sides of the opening in his head before committing. Then he planted his feet and drove the teeth down. The sound of metal biting ice ripped through the clearing like something alive. At first it was just a ragged scraping, the saw's teeth chewing their way through the thin crust. But then the blade sank deeper and the tone changed. A hard, ringing crack jumped from the ice into the air, a sound so sharp and sudden it made the hair on my neck stand up. It echoed back off the trees. A brittle report that said, "Yes, something is breaking here." Mason worked steadily, cutting along the lines, connecting them into a rough triangle maybe 4 feet on a side. Each stroke of the saw came with its own chorus of smaller noises, the hiss of his breath, the creak of his jacket, the faint groan from the ice itself as it gave grudgingly. When he reached a corner, he shifted his stance, the blade making that high, shrill squeal metal makes when it slides against hard crystal. Chunks of ice started to bob in the water beneath, turning from solid white to translucent gray as they broke free and floated up. When the last cut line met the first, there was a moment's pause, everything holding its breath, and then the triangle of ice dropped half an inch with a wet, muffled thump. "Here we go," Mason said, voice low. He levered the tip of the saw under one corner, pried, and the whole sheet tipped. Dark water rushing over the newly exposed edge. He pushed it aside, then another piece, until a good-sized hole yawned open in the center of the pond. We all edged closer, up close. The water was not just dark, it was black. Not the black of paint or cloth, but that deep, lightless shade that only exists where depth eats color. It looked like someone had cut a hole in the world, and underneath there was nothing but absence. Little wisps of fog curled off the surface, mixing with our breaths. Caleb and Rick started setting up the tether line, picking a sturdy tree near the shore and looping thick webbing around its trunk. The bark creaked under the tension. Metal carabiners clicked as they clipped in the primary reel. The line itself, bright white, looked almost obscene against the brown mud and black water, like a lifeline someone had dropped in the wrong movie. Behind us, tanks came out of the trucks, valves clinking as they knocked together. The hollow, ringing sound of aluminum on aluminum cut through the quiet. Every clang seemed to bounce off the still surface of the pond and come back as something duller, heavier. Harnesses jingled with D-rings and clips. Velcro straps hissed as we tightened and retightened them around wrists and ankles. The air filled with small, purposeful noises. The harsh zip of dry suit zippers being hauled closed up spines. The soft thump of boots hitting the ground as we wrestled our legs into thick neoprene feet. The pop and wheeze of inflating and deflating BC wings to test for leaks. The click-click of switching on and off primary lights. Beams stabbing through the fog and bouncing off the ice chunks floating at the edges. I stripped down to my base layers, the cold biting a new layer of skin every time I exposed more of it. The dry suit was stiff with age and use, but familiar. Pulling it on was like climbing into a personal piece of history, every scuff on the knee pads. Every worn spot at the wrist seals a reminder of places I had dragged it before. I sealed the neck, feeling the latex grab my skin. That temporary strangled sensation as the air adjusted inside, as I hefted my tanks and clipped them into place. The metal touched metal with a deep, bell-like note. A little piece of me tightened at the sound. I could feel the vibrations in my shoulder straps, in the plate against my spine. Rick's gear, brand new and pristine, made its own noises, buckles snapping, unused webbing slapping against plastic. He laughed once, too loudly, at something Tyler said, and then fell silent. Gaze flicking to the black hole in the ice and away again. Tyler kept his camera going as long as he could, documenting the ritual Mason's hands on the line. Caleb's face furrowed with concentration as he checked yet another gauge. My own expression caught off guard when he swung the lens my way, jaw tight, eyes a little too wide. "This is it," he said to the mic. "If you're watching this, then either we did something right or someone else found this card and hit upload for us." The fog hugged the ground, swirling around our ankles and the pile of extra tanks we had staged near the tree. A crow called once from somewhere high up and unseen, its harsh voice sounding wrong in the muffled air. Beyond that, the world was mostly our making. When it was my turn to step up to the edge of the hole, fully suited, tanks on, mask hanging around my neck, I felt the pond's presence differently. It was not just a body of water anymore. It felt like an opening into something that had been waiting a long time for someone stupid enough to knock. I stood there, boots crunching in the crust of frozen mud at the edge, and looked down. The triangle of open water was framed by raw ice edges, white and jagged where the saw had bitten. The loose pieces bobbed lazily in the black, bumping gently against each other with tiny glassy clicks. Every now and then one would rotate, catching the weak light and flashing a brief, milky glow before turning back to darkness. A single dead leaf, caught between worlds, drifted lazily in a small circle near the lip. It was brown and fragile, its veins dark. It had fallen from one of the trees behind us some time before and landed on the ice, then slowly been consumed as the surface thinned. Now it floated right where the ice ended and the hole began, going around and around, as if something below the surface kept tugging it gently away from the center. It should have sunk. It did not. I stared at that stupid leaf for longer than I want to admit. My breath fogged the air in front of me. Harsher now, louder inside my hood. The sounds around me seemed to fade, Mason talking to Caleb about stage positions, Tyler muttering into his camera, Rick cracking his knuckles inside his gloves. For a moment, there was only the leaf, the hole, and the kind of silence that feels like a held breath. Then I heard it. Very soft, so soft I almost convinced myself I imagined it at first. 3 faint taps, rising up from somewhere beneath the ice and the water. Tink, tink, tink. It did not sound like the big, bright clank of tanks knocking together. It was smaller, sharper, muffled by distance and depth. Metal on rock, maybe, or metal on metal, traveling up through a column of water and a layer of ice, arriving in the air, thinned and changed, but still itself. The sound seemed to come from directly below the hole, like someone sitting in the dark under that triangle of light had reached up and tapped the underside of the world with the back of a knife. I flinched, shoulders tensing under the straps. My eyes snapped from the leaf to the water, searching for any sign that it had just been something on the surface, a piece of ice bumping another, a stick shifting. The leaf kept going in its slow, useless circle. The water looked as blank and black as before. "Hey," I said, without meaning to, my voice low and too tight. "Did you guys hear that Mason glanced over from where he was tightening a bolt snap? Hear what I hesitated?" The silence after the taps was complete. Even the crow had shut up. In the water, like tapping, Tyler cocked his head, listening theatrically, then grinned. "That's just your nerves, man. Caves don't knock, they swallow." Caleb looked at his watch, then at the hole. "Ice shifts," he said. "More practical. Could be expansion, microfractures. Sound carries weird in cold environments." Maybe they were right. Maybe that was all it was. But as I pulled my hood up over my head, sealing the last bit of skin away from the air, and as I settled my mask into place, tightening the strap until the rubber bit into my forehead, those 3 little notes kept replaying in my head in perfect rhythm. Tink, tink, tink. The same as in my kitchen. The same as in the motel. The same as in the pipes the night after Evan never came back. If the cave was a throat, then cutting through the ice felt like slicing through its skin, and standing there at the edge of that fresh wound, suited up and ready to climb down into it. I had the sickening sense that something on the other side had just politely, patiently, knocked back. 3.2, first descent. The long green tunnel Mason and Tyler went first. That had always been the plan. They finished their last checks in that muted clearing, fog still clinging to the low branches, then clipped their scooters in, slid their masks into place, and did that final wordless look around people do when they are about to go somewhere the others cannot immediately follow. Mason gave a small nod. Tyler flashed the GoPro one quick grin like this was just another episode. And then they dropped into the hole. 1 second they were standing on crusted mud and ice, exhaling vapor into the cold air. The next, their bodies eased down through the triangle cut into the pond, the dark water swallowing their colors. Bubbles surged up after them in frantic strings, popped against the underside of the ice in a noise like distant, boiling glass. Then they were just beams of light knifing downward, 2 thin columns in a vertical night. We watched until the beams shrank and then bent away, swallowed by the rock. The rope phone line, a simple cable running along the guideline, trembled slightly under my gloved fingers as they made their first check-ins from below clicks translated into tinny. Almost comical human voices through the receiver. "Visibility decent," Mason reported. "Flow low. No surprises yet." Tyler's voice chimed in right after, joking about how his footage better not just be solid green the whole time. Then there was nothing to do but wait. 90 minutes. We had agreed. Enough time for them to get well ahead and for the silt they kicked up to settle again. Enough time for the water to stop remembering they had been there. 90 minutes of pacing the tree line, rechecking gear we had already checked, blowing into cupped hands to keep fingers from going numb inside dry suit liners. 90 minutes of looking anywhere but at the hole in the ice that kept breathing fog up at us. When our time finally came, the light over the woods had not changed much. It was the kind of day that did not bother with real dawn. Just a long gray shrug from horizon to horizon. "All right." Mason's voice crackled up through the rope phone from somewhere below, sounding small and far away. "You boys are on deck. Line is clean. We're past the first chamber and into the long run. Come find us." Caleb looked at his computer, thumb tapping the casing. "Go time," he said. "Clipping in on the surface is always clumsy. You are a heavy, rubber-skinned animal juggling metal and hoses while standing on ground that would rather dump you into the water early. I moved through it in steps I knew by heart. Right tank valve open, left tank valve open, long hose unclipped and run. SPG checked. Backup light clipped to D-ring. Primary light strapped to hand. Real carabiner checked. When I was sure there was nothing left, I could double-check without starting the loop over again. I shuffled to the edge of the hole. The cut triangle yawned at my feet, steam ghosting off its surface. The water had that strange, greasy stillness only truly cold water gets. "Remember your plan," Caleb said from behind me, voice oddly formal inside his hood and mask. "Remember your thirds. Remember not to die." Tyler's voice crackled faintly from the rope phone, trying to lighten the mood even from down below. I exhaled once, watching my last full breath in open air drift away in front of my face. Then I stepped forward and dropped. The cold hit like a slap even through the dry suit, not on the skin, but in the bones. Water hugged the suit tight as I slipped through the triangle, my tanks bumping the raw ice edges with dull thuds. For a second, there was a chaos of impressions: the white underside of the carved sheet, the jagged border of the cut, the milky gray of the ice rim, the sky above shrinking into a warped, wavering shape. Then my head went under, my mask filled with the dim light from above, and the world narrowed to the circle of my vision and the sound of my own breathing. People who have never dived think the loudest noises underwater are the obvious ones: gear clanking, someone banging on a tank, the roar of a scooter. They are wrong. The loudest noise is your own breath. My inhale surged through the regulator with a hollow, dragging sound, whoo, followed by the forced, controlled push of my exhale. Air and a thin ribbon of bubbles streaming past my cheeks. It filled my skull. That rhythm, a mechanical impersonation of life. Whoosh, whoosh. Each exhale threw bubbles up, and I could feel them hitting the underside of the ice and the rock above with small, tinkling impacts. The vibrations traveling back down to brush my shoulders. The daylight bled away fast. One or two fin kicks from the hole, and the surface was no longer something I could reach by instinct. It became an idea more than a place. The ice turned from a diffuse brightness overhead to a faint glow behind, and then nothing. The cave took over. My primary light carved out a long cone of green ahead of me. the beam revealing more absence than presence. The water here had a color to it, not the clear blue of tropical fantasies, but a deep, bottle glass green, thick with age. The walls and ceiling closed in from all sides, slick rock glistening wet where my beam caught it. Moisture beaded, then ran in little threads, joining the occasional thin flow that tracked along cracks. The tunnel started high enough that there was space above us, but not much. Rock pressed down overhead, close enough I could reach up and touch it with my gloved fingertips if I stretched. The floor dipped and rose in soft waves of sediment of fine, pale silt that billowed up in clouds if you were careless, and then hung in the water like dust in an attic. We moved single file. Caleb went first, guiding our reel along the existing main line, careful, deliberate. Rick followed, his bulk making him look even larger in the dry suit, the halo of his light jittery on the walls whenever he overkicked. I brought up the rear, my own spool clipped in as a backup, my light catching the trace of the guideline ahead, white against green like a scar. Every now and then, my beam would slide across the ceiling and pick out scratches. At first, I thought they were just random patterns, natural grooves, mineral veins, the usual noise of rock. Then I noticed they repeated. Same kind of scuff, same direction. Long, shallow gouges where something had been scraped along the stone again and again. The kind tanks and valves leave when a diver misjudges a squeeze and drags metal where it does not want to go. Some of the scratches were fresher, brighter, edges still sharp. Others were dark with age, faint, half filled with the same fine silt that carpeted the floor. Different eras of mistake layered together. It was like reading a history of near misses and not quite fatal errors and scars. Condensation fogged the inside edges of my mask. Every breath I exhaled warmed the small bubble of air around my face, and the cold pressed from outside. A delicate ring of mist formed around the bottom of the glass, creeping upward whenever I let my breathing pick up. It did not block my view. Not really. But it cut into it, turning the tunnel ahead into a smaller, more claustrophobic frame. Whoosh, whoosh, somewhere ahead. Rick's fins stirred a small puff of silt. The tunnel swallowed it, turned it into a hanging curtain that my light cut through in a narrow beam. Beyond it, the rock continued, indifferent. We descended slowly. My depth gauge ticked down 20 feet, 30, 50, 70 numbers stacking up beside the even, reassuring bar of my gas pressure. Caleb kept checking his computer, tilting his wrist into his light, the reflective face flashing back at me. The rope phone line ran alongside us, a quiet umbilical connecting us to a voice somewhere far ahead and another far above. After what felt like far too long and not nearly enough time, the tunnel began to widen. The ceiling rose gradually, the rock above pulling back into shadow. The floor leveled out. The walls on either side fell away. My light pushed outward and did not immediately find boundaries. Caleb slowed, turned, and pointed up. A faint shimmer cut across the darkness above us, not light. Exactly, but a change in texture. The way the surface of water looks from below when there is air on the other side. We finned upward, slow and controlled, following the line until the shimmer resolved into a dome. The rock wall curved overhead, then stopped. Above us, a pocket of trapped air sat under the stone like a bubble under a plate. Breaking the surface inside a cave chamber is one of the strangest feelings there is. My head left the regulator's world and came back into sound. Real sound. My mask broke into the air dome with a small schluck, water sliding down the outside. I pushed the mask up onto my forehead, the elastic strap tugging at my hood. The first breath I took with my mouth not wrapped around a regulator felt wrong. Thin, like the air was not quite doing its job. It was cold, colder than the water, and it tasted like rock damp, mineral, a little metallic, touched by something organic and long-lived. The sound was what hit hardest. Gone was the constant roar of bubbles. In its place, the slow, fat drip of water falling from the ceiling into the pool. Each drop struck with a plunk that echoed around the chamber, overlapping with the next, creating a rhythm that was almost musical if you let your brain forget where you were. The small, hollow slaps of our suits against the water as we shifted, the faint creak of metal where our harness hardware met and settled. Caleb's voice, nearer now, slightly muffled by the hoods. "Okay. First chamber," he said, breathing a little hard. Time check. Rick surfaced next to him, regulator still in his mouth until he was sure his buoyancy was stable. Then he spat it out with a sharp hiss and sucked in air like he had been holding back the whole way. "Jesus," he said softly, his voice bouncing off the rock. "That is a long way down for a little pond." I floated a few feet away, one hand still on the guideline. The dome above us was maybe 10 feet across. Our lights painted it in slices, revealing rough stone slick with moisture. Stalactite nubs jutted here and there, broken off long ago. The whole space felt like the inside of a throat taking tiny sips of water. "Rope phone says they're through to the big chamber," Caleb said, tapping the small receiver clipped inside his hood. "Mason reports line intact, no significant flow, vis holding. He wants us on schedule." He checked his computer again, reciting bottom times and decompression obligations like a sermon. We nodded at the right moments, the numbers filing themselves away in that part of my brain that still believed math could protect us. I tilted my light up and played it along the curve of the wall. The beam caught something darker than the surrounding rock, a long, smudged streak running diagonally from just above the waterline up toward a small ledge. At first I thought it was just dampness, an area where water had tracked differently, but as I leaned back and squinted, the texture came into focus. It was soot black, not the gray of ordinary moisture, a burned smear, like the aftermath of an old torch or candle held too close. Except there had been no open flame in here for as long as there were dive lines in place. We used LEDs and sealed batteries. The streak was interrupted in one place by a lighter patch, the outline of something that had once blocked the soot. Oval near the bottom, then splaying out into 5 faint, tapering shapes. A hand, or the ghost of one. Someone, sometime, had hauled themselves up onto that ledge, fingers scrabbling for purchase. Maybe they held something that smoked an old carbide light, a candle in a tin, and the soot had clung to the rock around where their skin had been, leaving this negative image behind when the rest of it smeared away. Or maybe it was not soot at all. Maybe it was something thicker, darker, that had dried and stained over years until it became just another discoloration in my light. The print looked oily, almost wet, as if you could reach out and feel the difference under your glove. "Hey," I said quietly. My voice sounded too loud in the small space. You see that Rick followed my beam, frowned. "Burn mark," he said. "Old carbide rig or something. Carbide burns hotter than that," Caleb murmured. "And nobody's used open flame in mapped sections here since... hell, since before my time." We all floated there for a moment, looking at that long black scar and its interrupted, hand-shaped gap. The drip, drip, drip from the ceiling continued, indifferent. Somewhere, deep in the rock, a different sound trembled, a distant, subtle thrum like water pushing through a narrow place far away. Whatever it is, it's old, Caleb said finally. Focus. We're burning time. He lifted his reg back to his mouth, bit down, and slid under again with barely a splash. Rick followed, his eyes lingering a half-second longer on the mark before he submerged. I stayed up just long enough to take one more breath of that cold, hollow air, the smell of stone and something else old and dry filling my lungs. The drip from the ceiling landed near my ear, plunk, plunk, plunk. 3 in a row, perfectly spaced. I closed my eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Then I went back under, chasing the white guideline and the fading green beams of the others, deeper into the long tunnel that had already been keeping score in scratches and stains long before we ever thought to write our names into it. 3.3. The Mask in the Rocks. From the first chamber down, the water changed, up near the pond. It had still felt like part of the world above just colder air with weight, tinged green, full of the memory of trees and sky. Deeper, it turned into something else. It pressed tighter against the suit, thick and slow. The light from my torch did not travel as far. It pushed ahead like a tired animal instead of a blade. The temperature dropped with every fin kick. It was not dramatic, not a plunge, just a steady, insistent drain. A degree here, a degree there. It crept up through the soles of my boots, along my calves, into my thighs. It seeped through the dry suit where the undergarments were thinnest, settled into my shoulders and the back of my neck. My fingers were the worst. At first, they just tingled as the blood pulled back from the tips. Then they went numb in patches, like someone was erasing them a joint at a time. I flexed them periodically around the reel handle and the guideline. Not because it helped much, but because I was terrified of discovering I could not feel the line anymore. The tunnel sloped down and bent more often, losing the straight, almost human geometry of the entrance. It began to twist on itself in slow spirals, the ceiling and floor trading places in ways that would have been confusing even in air. The walls grew closer. In some places, I could extend my arm and touch both sides at once. Our lights painted the rock in quick, overlapping strokes, wet, dull gray stone, faint smears of algae or pale, blind biofilm clinging to rough spots, occasional pockets where something like moss had tried to take hold and failed. Here and there, vague outlines of old flow patterns streaked the walls, ghost rivers that had carved this place long before any of us decided to thread ourselves through it. I focused on the small things, the line under my hand, the numbers on my computer, the rhythm of my breathing, whoosh, whoosh. Every few minutes, Caleb would pause just long enough to tap the guideline with 2 fingers and check his gas. I mirrored him, glancing down at my SPG, feeling a small, knocking comfort in the steady needle. Rick lagged a bit, his bigger frame and nervous kick adding just enough turbulence that I could taste the silt rising behind him as faint grit on my tongue. The tunnel tightened ahead, the walls tilting inward. Caleb signaled the squeeze with his light a slow, horizontal sweep, then a pointed beam at the narrowest part. We dropped a little, adjusted trim, and slid through one at a time. The rock brushed my shoulders as I passed, a low, vibrating scrape through the tank and the backplate. It was not hard enough to hurt, but it made my body remember other narrow places, the quarry. Evan wedged in silt and stone, the way the line had thrummed in my hand as he panicked. I forced my fins to stay still, barely flicking my ankles to move instead of kicking hard and filling the world with blinding clouds. On the other side, the tunnel opened just enough that we could all fit side by side if we had tried. But none of us did. We stayed in our file, hugging the right-hand wall, following the line. The water around us took on a deeper shade of green, bordering on black at the edges, like there was less and less light left in the world for it to steal. Somewhere behind my mask, sweat had started and then gone cold. A film of moisture clung to my upper lip, trapped under the rubber. The inside of the glass fogged and cleared, a slow crawling ring that never quite went away. It made the tunnel look like it was breathing along with me, tightening, relaxing, tightening again. We came around a slow bend, and the floor dropped away a little more. My depth gauge ticked further down, 80 feet, 90. The pressure wrapped my eardrums in a steady squeeze until I swallowed and blew to equalize. The muffled, hollow pop inside my head, sounding like a gunshot in the private universe of my skull. Caleb's light swung ahead of him, painting the left wall, then the right, then down the center. The rock was smooth there, worn by flow, dotted with little pits where softer material had eroded. Rick's beam jittered more, jitter in, jitter out, catching nothing but the same surfaces. I was third, my light following their paths and then slipping between them, filling in gaps. Rock, silt, the white arc of the line. Then, in the slice of space just beyond the circle of Caleb's last sweep on the right, my beam hit something that did not look like rock at all. White, rounded, out of place. It was only a flash at first, a half-second glimpse as my hand moved automatically, but my brain snagged on it like a hook. I stopped finning without meaning to, momentum carrying me another foot forward before I could arrest it. My heart spiked. I angled my light back, slower this time, letting it creep along the right-hand wall. Rough stone, darker patch, small ledge, and there, nestled in a shallow pocket between two bulges of rock, was the pale, rounded thing. It looked, at first glance, like a chunk of limestone, a nodular formation that had broken off and wedged itself there. That is what my rational mind wanted it to be. It could have been so simple, but the more I looked, the less simple it became. The sphere was not irregular the way a natural rock is. It was smooth. The surface had that faint, chalky look bone gets after a long time out of circulation. It had hollows in exactly the wrong places, eye sockets. The top part of a human skull sat wedged in the rock, half turned toward the line, as if it had been watching for us. The cranium was mostly intact, though a long crack ran from the top down toward what should have been the nose, like something had once struck it hard. A mask, or what was left of one, clung to the front of it. It was the old-style, low-volume, twin lens, with a plastic frame long since turned from black to an ugly, faded charcoal. The glass was gone from one eye, but still clung stubbornly to the other, a diagonal fracture splitting it like a frozen bolt of lightning. Corrosion had gnawed at the metal buckle, and the strap had rotted in places, but enough remained to hold it in place on the bone. Where the jaw should have been, there was nothing. The lower half of the skull was missing, as if it had been snapped off clean or worn away. The regulator mouthpiece still hung there, though clamped between absent teeth in a way that made my stomach twist. The upper row of teeth, slick and stained a nicotine yellow, still sat in a neat, horrible line. The canines had dulled with age but were unmistakably human. Tiny tendrils of something dark and fibrous, maybe old hair, maybe plant roots, maybe both clung to the strap near where an ear would have been, waving gently in the water like they were still attached to something that could move. Mud filled the empty eye sockets. Not just silt, but a thick, impacted plug of black sediment, as if the skull had been buried face first somewhere upstream and then jammed here later. My light made the mud glisten. Little air bubbles, trapped for who knew how long, shimmered in its surface and caught the beam. I realized I had stopped breathing for a couple of seconds. My lungs burned, and the regulator dragged in a new, harsh inhale. Whew. The exhale that followed was shaky, bubbles roaring louder than they should as they tore past my ears. Caleb's hand appeared in my peripheral vision. Fingers pinched the universal underwater "you good." He had noticed my stop. His light followed mine, and when it landed on the skull, I saw his pupils blow wide behind his mask, his eyes going from focused to flat shock in an instant. Rick drifted up on my other side, a little too fast. Body language all tension. His beam joined ours. 3 circles of white on one pale, ruined face. Through the reg in his mouth, he cursed. The word came out as a garbled, bubbling snarl, but the intent was clear enough. His left hand flexed open and closed once, knuckles popping in the gloves. For a second, nobody moved. The cave pressed in, rock indifferent, water patient. Then Caleb tore his eyes away and looked at me, then at the line, then at his computer, even down here. The math part of his brain was still working, still counting minutes and gas instead of ghosts. He made a small downward motion with his hand. Calm down. Stay. Breathe. Far ahead, like a voice at the end of a long hallway. Mason's tone crackled faintly through the rope phone. The vibration traveled through the guideline into my fingers, then out into Caleb's. We caught just fragments as the signal wobbled in the rock. Structure on the wall. Old, expected remains. Keep your heads. Caleb tapped the receiver clipped to his harness twice, acknowledging. Then he looked back at the skull and gave a small, controlled nod, as if answering Mason and the dead man at the same time. We had known, in the abstract, that there was a chance we would find something down here. The gas station story, the missing diver rumors. Caves do not always give everything back. Knowing that and seeing a face half fused with rock are 2 very different things. I inched closer, slow and careful, aware of how little room we had and how easy it would be to stir up a disaster. My light played over the mask frame, the strap, the corroded buckles. That was when I saw the sticker. It was small, stuck to the upper right corner of the mask frame, where a guy might put it if he wanted to mark his gear without writing his name. Time and water had faded it, but not enough. A tiny skull icon, grinning, wearing a little dive mask of its own. Under it, barely legible, the ghost of some club logo text. The ink had run into itself until it was just a blur. I had seen that design before, not in a catalog, not online, on paper, behind glass, pinned to the wall of a gas station under a dozen other pleas for the living, printed on a flyer so old the corners had curled. The young man in the photo had been grinning at the camera, wetsuit clinging to his shoulders, holding up a fin on the edge of his mask, catching the fluorescent light just right. There had been that same stupid little sticker. My stomach dropped, a physical sensation like missing a step in the dark. My beam wobbled on the skull's forehead. For a moment, the cracked glass of the remaining lens reflected my own light back at me in a way that looked like an eye-catching light. I knew it was just physics, just angles, but my body did not care about the explanation. Every hair under my hood tried to stand up. That missing diver the old cashier had talked about, the one they never pulled out, had not gone very far at all. He had made it to this bend, this pocket. Then something had gone wrong, a fin snag, a panic, a flow, a rock fall. It did not matter. He had become part of the cave instead. No one had come back for him. Or if they had, the cave had decided what parts it was willing to let go of. Caleb reached out, very gently, and brushed the edge of the rock near the skull with his glove. Mud puffed in a little cloud, revealing more of the back of the cranium, fused with the stone as if it had grown there. He quickly pulled back, not wanting to disturb more than he already had. He looked at me, then at the tiny sticker, the recognition obvious even through the layers of gear and water. His eyes said it plainly. That's him. Rick kept his distance, his breathing louder and faster than it should have been. Whoosh, whoosh. His bubbles ricocheted off the ceiling in sharp bursts. He turned his head away once, then forced himself to look back, the conflict written in every line of his body. Seeing this and pretending it did not bother him was beyond even his brand of bravado. The skull said nothing. Of course it didn't. It just sat there, tilted slightly. The empty mud-filled sockets fixed forever on the line we were following. I could not help it. I thought of Evan, of the flyers that had never been printed for him because they never found enough to justify a photo, of how easy it would be in a few years for our story to become another gas station anecdote, another yellowing piece of paper under a lotto sign. My hand tightened on the line. For a moment, the idea of turning around right there, of signaling out and climbing back up to the pond and the fog and the neon vacancy sign, flared bright behind my eyes. Then, from somewhere deeper in the system, through the stone and water and cable, came the faintest vibration. Not from the rope phone, not from our own movements. Something else. It was subtle, barely a tremor, but it made the guideline hum in my fingers for 3 tiny, distinct beats. Tink, tink, tink. The noise did not come through my ears this time so much as through my bones. It was there and gone before I could convince myself I had imagined it. Caleb's head twitched, just slightly, like he had felt it too. Rick did not seem to notice. He was too busy not looking at the skull. We were deep under rock and ice, hundreds of feet from the gas station, miles from the motel, worlds away from my kitchen. And still, the same rhythm found me. Mason's voice buzzed faint in the distance again. Another check-in about depth and time and gas. His words were cool, measured, under control. We could not stay here, orbiting this dead man. Forever. The cave did not care about our emotions. It only cared about minutes and mistakes. Caleb gave the signal to move on 2 fingers forward. Slow sweep of the light down the line. Rick answered with a jerky, okay. I hesitated a heartbeat longer, giving the skull one last, unwanted study. The sticker on the mask seemed to grin a little wider in my light. water currents making the degraded decal flutter. They never pulled him out. They still hadn't. But this was just one piece. One fragment of a person who had come down here thinking he understood the risk and had discovered. Too late. What it meant to be claimed by a place that did not object to partial offerings. If his head was here, what else of him had the cave taken and scattered further along arms wedged in another crack? Ribs buried in a silt bank. Fingers caught in some unreachable fissure, still curled around an imagined line. The thought followed me as I pushed off the rock, rejoining the slow procession through the narrowing tunnel. Behind us, the mask in the rocks watched us go, regulator still clenched in its broken mouth, eye sockets full of black mud and secrets, waiting for the next set of beams to swing by and see just how much of a person a cave is willing to let the world remember. 4.1. The S-curve and the first problem. If the chamber with the handprint felt like the cave clearing its throat, everything after that felt like we were sliding down into its lungs. We left the black streak and its ghost fingers behind, dropping again. The tunnel stretched out longer between features. The rock grew smoother in some places, then suddenly jagged in others, like the cave could not decide whether it wanted to be river-carved or broken by force. My depth gauge ticked downward in sterile little jumps. My body translated that into a heavier squeeze across my chest, a deeper push on my ears. At some point, the green ahead of us brightened. Two beams, converging, cut through the murk from below and ahead. A moment later, Mason and Tyler materialized out of the dark like they'd been grown there. Mason steady, hands where they should be. Tyler's camera already up, catching our approach. Seeing them should have made the cave feel smaller. Instead, it made it feel more crowded. We paused in a pocket where the tunnel flared wide enough for 4 bodies to hover shoulder to shoulder without scraping rock. Their bubbles rose past us in silvery curtains, rattling against the ceiling before flattening and sliding away. Mason gave a quick series of hand signals, "Okay, gas time." Each of us answered in turn. Tyler's eyes were wide behind his mask. But not with panic, he was riding the adrenaline wave people get when they think they're starring in their own documentary and nothing too bad can happen to them yet. Caleb tapped the rope phone receiver on his harness, listened, then flashed us a thumb and forefinger circle. "We're on schedule," his hand signals said. "Decompression still manageable." Mason pointed his light down tunnel, then curled it into an S shape against the rock wall, like he was tracing something only he could see. The S-curve. We had seen it on his sketch in the motel, a tight, twisting restriction that kinks twice like a snake with a broken back. On paper, it was just a line. In the water, it was a section of cave intentionally shaped to find your weakest point and lean on it. Single file. Mason signaled, "Slow, no contact if you can help it." He pointed to Tyler, then ahead, "You first," then at himself, then at me, then Caleb. Finally hooking a thumb back at Rick. "You last." It made sense. Let the camera go ahead and document a clean line. Let the guy with the most cave hours sit just behind. Put someone experienced at the rear who could deal with whatever Rick's nerves did to the space. Rick did not argue. He just answered with a quick, jerky, "Okay," and a little flare of bubbles from his reg that told me his breathing was already running hot. Whoosh, whoosh. Faster than it should have been. We moved on. The tunnel started pinching almost immediately. The ceiling sloped down, the floor rose, and the walls crept inward until our choice was either to shrink or to get peeled. You can only shrink so much with 2 steel cylinders strapped to your sides and a backplate digging into your spine. The rock in this section had a different texture. Up top, it had been smoother in general, worn by water over time. Here, it was rougher, broken in small, nasty ways. Little teeth of stone jutted out unpredictably. You could see where other divers had dragged metal through fresh scars in bright, raw stone. Older ones darkened and smoothed over by algae and silt. Visibility had been holding steady until then. But the closer we pressed to the rock, the more the bottom came into play. All it took was one misplaced fin kick, one careless brush of a knee, and the layer of silt on the floor, fine as flour, thick as snow, would boil up. Ahead, Tyler eased his way into the first bend, pulling his scooter along by hand now instead of riding it, shove-kicking it forward like a reluctant dog. His light arced, then vanished around the corner, leaving only the edge of its glow bleeding back into view. Mason followed, tucking his elbows tight, turning his body sideways so his profile was as narrow as possible. His right cylinder skimmed so close to the rock that I saw a new line scratch itself into the metal. A white streak laid down in real time. My turn. I slid forward, felt the walls creeping in on my shoulders as if the rock had decided on a sudden growth spurt just for me. The guideline hugged the right side, threaded through several tie-offs Mason had set on his previous run. I kept my hand on it, knuckles brushing the ceiling. The first bend squeezed from above. The trick was to get your torso up and your tanks down, like threading a needle that had decided to lie on its side. I angled my body, head and shoulders rising toward the ceiling while my hips dropped. For a few seconds, my chest was close enough to the rock overhead that if I exhaled fully, my suit pressed firm against it. Exhaling felt like pushing myself into stone. Below, I felt my right tank graze the floor, a low, vibrating scrape that ran up through the mounting bolts into my ribs. My brain supplied the image of the valve catching on some unseen lip and staying there while the rest of me kept going. I forced that picture away, inching forward in tiny, frog-legged kicks. Whoosh, whoosh. Bubbles from my exhale snagged on the rock above, then escaped in sudden clusters, pattering away along the ceiling like beads on tin. Every time my light flickered from an angle change, from my hand trembling just a little more than I wanted to admit, the world shrank to a smaller and smaller cone. Beyond that cone, there was nothing. No cave, no exit, no past or future. Just this stretch of stone and water and air I was renting 1 second at a time. The claustrophobia did not hit all at once. It seeped in at the edges, like the cold. First, it was just awareness this ceiling is closer than I like. Then it became a feeling my chest is one hard exhale away from scraping. Then a voice in the back of my head started asking questions I did not have time to answer. If something goes wrong with the guy in front of you, how do you get past him? If your reg free flows right here, where do you even turn your head? If the rock shifts, if the line parts, if you need to move faster than this slow inchworm slide, where exactly do you think you're going to go? I tightened my grip on the guideline until my knuckles ached inside the glove. The rope phone cable buzzed faintly against it, a ghost note under my fingertips. Behind me, I could hear Rick even without seeing him. That is the thing people forget underwater. You can still hear people panic. His inhale came sharp, hard enough that it whistled a little around the edges of the mouthpiece, whoo, and the exhale rushed out as a ragged shh, followed by a violent eruption of bubbles. They hit the ceiling behind me in a chaotic sheet, slapping the rock instead of pattering. He was over-breathing. I could see it. Even without turning, his light bounced erratically along the rock, swinging too far side to side, punching into the silt at the bottom. A curtain of pale dust rose in his wake, licking at the edges of my own vision. Caleb, between us, flicked his light back in a quick strobe slow down. Calmed down then, tilted his head just enough that his exhale rose straight up. Minimizing disturbance, he was trying to be a breakwater between Rick's turbulence and my field of view, but I could feel the pressure of the younger man's anxiety pushing on all of us. The S-curve peels inward twice. We had made it through the first bend. I could feel the tunnel wanting to twist again, forcing my body into another contortion. The rock here had more bite to it, tiny, sharp protrusions that rasped against my suit whenever I brushed them. I tried to imagine air on the other side of all this. That huge chamber Mason had promised, with room enough to float without touching anything. Tyler's light vanished around the second curve. Mason's followed, leaving just a hint of halo in the silt. My own beam crawled along the right wall, searching for the next tie-off. The line ducked under a little overhang, then popped back out, hugging the bend like a spine. I followed it, shifting again, left shoulder down, right shoulder up, knees tucked. My left cylinder came within an inch of the ceiling. My right scraped the floor. For a second, my body was braced between stone in three places: shoulder, hip, tank. I did not move. I could not move. Not until I forced a breath in, forced another one out, felt my suit compress and expand just enough to give me a hair's width of play. In that hair's width, I slid forward, maybe 2 inches. Whoosh, whoosh. A new sound cut through, then a faint, high, metallic squeal just at the edge of hearing. I felt it more than heard it. Through the side of my helmet that brushed the rock. For one horrible second, I thought it was my neck seal giving way, or a valve stem bending. Then I realized it was my right side D-ring skittering across a projection like a fork dragged along ceramic. I froze, heart pounding so hard it felt like another pressure system inside my suit. Slowly, I backed up 1/2 inch, then shifted my hips and rotated my torso a degree or two. The D-ring lifted clear. The sound stopped. Behind me, though, there was another uglier noise. A dull thunk, followed by the sudden, heavy cascade of silt exploding upward as if someone had kicked the bottom with both feet. My light caught the first wave of it, pale and thick, rolling over my legs like a fog bank. Caleb's beam snapped back past my left shoulder. His free hand flared open. Stop. Don't move. For a moment, the S-curve was just a narrow ditch filling with ghostly sediment. The visibility dropped from arm's length clear to a milky soup, where everything beyond the first few inches of water turned into static. Tiny particles of silt glittered in our lights like snow in high beams. Rick's breathing surged into full-on hammering now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pitch of his exhale changed, picking up a faint, ragged edge that said he was sucking the reg too hard, too fast. It is the sound you hear right before someone's lizard brain takes over and decides the right move is to bolt. He could not bolt. Not here. The first problem, when it came, was not a dramatic gear failure or a monstrous face in the dark. It was smaller, pettier, more human, a man who had brought his bravado down into a place that did not have room for it. Discovering the walls, did not care how tough he wanted to look. Pinned in that twisting rock gullet, with 3 bodies ahead of him and 100 feet of stone above. Rick's fear began to foul the water, and for the first time in that whole dive, I felt the cave lean in, as if the shape of it sharpened on us. Paying attention. 4.2. Rick's regulator and the bloom of red. The first real mistake did not sound like much. It was just a different kind of tension in the line. I felt it where my glove wrapped around the guideline, a sudden, sharp tug that had nothing to do with the slow, controlled movement of the team ahead of me. It was the kind of pull that says somebody behind you has stopped moving forward and started fighting the cave instead. The S-curve was already bad before that. Silt boiled around us from Rick's earlier kicks, turning the water into a pale haze that made our beams look sick and short. The rock pressed in close enough that every inhale felt like it cost more space than I had. My own heart was hammering too loud in my ears. But underneath that, Rick's breathing was unmistakable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Too fast, too deep, dragging air like he was trying to empty his tanks by force. Then came the snag. The tunnel kinked tighter at the second bend, forcing an even harsher twist, left shoulder down, right hip up. Tanks canted at an angle that made every valve and bolt a potential hook. Caleb slipped through with careful, practiced movements, making himself as long and thin as possible. I was halfway through, my right cylinder sliding along the floor, my left skimming the ceiling, when I felt that jerk on the line from behind. Not the small, familiar tap of someone checking in. A heavy, sudden drag. Silt surged around my legs in a fresh cloud, turning the narrow space into milk. Caleb's light disappeared ahead, swallowed by the bloom. My own beam bounced back at me from a wall of suspended particles, each grain catching the light and throwing it back in a random, frantic scatter. Visibility dropped to inches. Behind the static of swirling silt, a wild, strobing pattern of light flashed Rick's torch, whipping around in short, panicked arcs. His beam carved crazy shapes into the murk, caught rock and line and his own bubbles in jarring slices. The guideline in my hand vibrated under a series of hard, uneven tugs. I could feel each one travel into my bones. I twisted as much as I dared, trying to look back without pinning myself. My knee scraped rock. My right tank thunked against the floor. The sound traveled up through metal and into my spine, a hollow clang that rang inside my skull more than in my ears. I raised my light, but it just painted more white noise. Then I heard Rick through the water. Not words you can't really scream in a reg. Not the way people think, but the sound his panic made was worse. His inhale hit the mouthpiece like a vacuum, a brutal, ragged whoo that bordered on a wheeze. The exhale came out as a violent torrent of bubbles that slapped the ceiling, the reg's exhaust tee rattling under the stress, hyperventilating. He was fighting the cave and his own gear and the pressure all at once, and nothing down here had the patience for that. I flashed my light down along the line, signaling stop, breathe. But I knew he could not see it, not in this snowstorm. Somewhere behind me, something hard hit rock with a different tone, a solid, awful thunk that was not just tank on stone. It had a soft edge to it, like meat between. I had a choice, then stay wedged where I was and hope he sorted it out, or try to go back into the mess. Muscle memory 1. I backed up. Backing out of a restriction is worse than going in. Your whole body wants to turn and look, but there is nowhere to turn. I kept one hand on the line, fingers locked so tight my joints screamed. With the other, I swept my light as best I could, timing my fin flicks to each slow exhale. pushing just enough to move without stirring more silt. The rock scraped along my backplate, a long, grinding contact that set my teeth on edge. My left shoulder brushed the ceiling, and I felt the dry suit fabric bite into the stone. I imagined it tearing, imagined the cold water rushing in, imagined my own air turning against me. I breathed harder. Whoosh, whoosh. Somewhere in that tight, blind space, the curve of the tunnel cut off my view of Caleb and the others completely. It was just me, the line, and whatever slowly drowning shape was thrashing behind me. The silt thickened as I moved, like I was swimming into a smoke-filled room. It had texture now, not just visual, but physical, brushing against my hood and the exposed parts of my faceplate. My light beam turned from a cone into a short, glowing rod. The end of it smothered. The guideline stopped moving forward in my hand and started jerking sideways, then down, hard. Staccato pulls that made the line hum against the rock. I pushed closer. Rick's light suddenly cut across my vision, blinding me for a second as it passed inches from my mask. Then it swung away, hit the ceiling, and snapped back, jerky and uncontrolled, like the hand holding it had lost any idea of where up was. As the worst of the silt parted in a brief swirl, I saw what had happened. One of Rick's stage bottles, the smaller tank slung on his left side, was jammed under a tooth of stone that jutted from the wall. The bolt snap that should have kept it close had gotten twisted, presenting the cylinder at just the wrong angle when he tried to push through the bend. The bottle caught, and his momentum had pinned it tighter, wedging him in place like a cork. His body was half twisted, torso at a bad angle to the tunnel. Right shoulder dropped lower than his left. His fins were still kicking, uselessly, stirring up more silt. Every thrash just drove the tank harder into the rock. I could not see his face yet, but I did not need to. His exhale was a roar. Bubbles exploded out of his reg in a constant stream, so many that they turned into a wild, silver veil around his head. I lunged the last little bit, ignoring the scrape of my own tank against the floor. Another clang, like the cave was ringing me like a bell. Pain shot through my ribs as metal dug into bone. Up close, the restriction felt even smaller. There was barely room for his trapped bulk, let alone my arm. I had to wedge myself half sideways, one shoulder grinding into the ceiling, to reach for the offending stage bottle. The rock bit at my forearm through the dry suit as I forced my hand forward. I could see now how the valve of the smaller tank had slotted perfectly under a lip of stone. Any straight backward pull would just make it bite deeper. My gloved fingers found the neck of the bottle, feeling for the bolt snap, the strap, anything I could shove or unclip. Rick reacted like something had grabbed his ankle in the dark. His body jerked, harder. His fins smashed into my leg. The impact jarred me, knocked my light off its target, and for a second, everything was motion and sound and gray. That was when the rock cut him. In trying to twist free, he had turned his head at a bad angle relative to the ceiling. His neck seal, already stressed from the contortion, slid across a jagged edge just above him. I heard it before I saw it, a subtle, sickening scale of fabric giving way against stone. Cold water rushed into the suit at his neck, and I saw his shoulders jolt as it hit skin. At the same time, the rock dug deeper. A thin line appeared just below the edge of his hood. At first I thought it was just a darker crease, a trick of light. Then it widened. Dark red seeped out, down here, Blood looks almost black before your brain catches up. It came out in a slender ribbon at first, curling in the water near his neck like ink dropped into a glass. Then the pressure differential did the rest. The tiny tear in the suit and whatever it had opened underneath turned into a vent. A plume burst outward. It rolled over his shoulder in a slow-motion wave, thicker than silt, denser than the dust cloud around us. Under my light, it glowed dark red at the center, fading to rust at the edges. Tiny. Brighter flecks spun within it, bubbles of air leaking from inside the suit, mixing with the blood, turning some of it into faint, pinkish threads. It looked like black smoke shot through with sparks, blooming in the narrow tunnel, curling up toward the ceiling. My stomach lurched. For a split second, the plume obscured his whole upper body. I lost the line, lost my bearings. All I could see was red and black, and the wild strobe of his light buried inside it like lightning in a storm cloud. Then, through that murk, I caught his face. His mask was inches from mine now. The glass magnified everything, the way his eyes were blown so wide. The irises were just thin rings around pupils. The pale of his skin, where it showed under the hood. The tiny bubbles trapped against his cheeks. His mouthpiece slipped. It is not a dramatic thing when a reg falls out. There is no cinematic slow-motion spin. It goes exactly the way anything does when the jaw holding it goes slack one moment it is there, clenched between teeth. The next, it is half out, angle wrong, rim no longer sealed. In that tiny moment, his brain and his body disagreed about what to do. His instinct was to suck in harder. The reg was already misaligned. He inhaled water. The reg popped fully free, hose swinging away to the side like a startled snake. His lips opened wide, a horrible parody of surprise, and the water rushed in. It boiled around his teeth and gums, stirred the blood in the plume, sent a froth of white foam and red threads bursting out into his mask. His hands clawed at empty water. One smacked my shoulder. The other flailed toward where the reg had gone. I moved without thinking. Training, memory, guilt, all of it hit at once. I snatched for the hose, fingers scrabbling in the chaos of bubbles and debris. The thick rubber smacked against my palm. I grabbed it, forced it back toward his face, aimed for his mouth. Gloves make you clumsy. Thick insulation, stiff fingers. I jammed the mouthpiece against his lips, feeling the rubber bounce off teeth once, then twice. On the third try, I managed to wedge it between them, hand pressing hard. His jaw spasmed. For a second, he bit down. I saw his cheeks hollow as he tried to draw in air. But he had already taken in too much water. His chest heaved once, twice, in a reaction that was no longer about breathing, but about fighting an invasion. White foam exploded around the edges of the mouthpiece as water and whatever air I had just given him tangled. His eyes, inches from mine, rolled. They did this awful, searching motion, like he was looking for a surface that did not exist. Then they lost focus. The pupils that had been huge suddenly seemed to flatten, as if someone had turned the lights down behind them. His body went slack in the way a living person's never does underwater. Up until that moment, even in panic, there is always tension muscles fighting, lungs pulling, some part of the person trying to get somewhere. When that goes, when everything in the suit stops arguing with gravity and buoyancy and just lets go, you can feel it through your hands. The hose slipped from between his teeth. The reg drifted off to the side again, still blasting air in a furious stream. Bubbles shredding the remainder of the blood plume. His BCD, still partially inflated from his earlier struggle, made him buoyant, in a corridor where there was nowhere to rise. That meant his shoulders bumped the ceiling and his hips sagged. He rolled slowly onto his back, pinned there by his trapped stage bottle in the shape of the rock. Somewhere behind him, something hard and dense hit stone as his body shifted a tank or an elbow or a piece of him I did not want to name. It made a clear, unpleasant clink that cut right through the muffled roar of the reg free-flowing. I realized my own breathing had gone to hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every inhale felt thin, inadequate. Every exhale seemed too loud, too short. My chest ached, not just from effort, but from the tightness of the suit. The pressure, the sudden awareness that air was not just something I had, it was something I could burn through. Waste. I tried to slow it down, counting in my head, forcing each inhale to be a little smaller, each exhale a little longer. It was like trying to put a leash on a wild dog. Rick stared up at the ceiling with eyes that did not see anything anymore. The blood that had billowed from his neck was already starting to drift, curling around the contours of the rock, spreading in thin, smoky tendrils along the S-curve. The cave had not lunged for him. It had not opened a mouth or grown teeth. It had just stood still and waited for one mistake to bring his throat to the right piece of stone. In the cramped, filthy water of that choke point, with my hand still half raised where his reg had been, I had the sudden, sickening thought that we had just watched the cave accept another small down payment in whatever debt it thought we owed. 4.3, the 400-minute number and a shape behind him. For a few seconds after Rick died, the cave went quiet in a way that had nothing to do with sound. The water was still full of motion silt drifting, blood curling like ink, bubbles rising, but everything inside me froze. It was like someone had reached out and hit pause on my nervous system while the rest of the world kept going. Rick's reg was still free-flowing beside his face, blasting a steady column of bubbles up into the rock. They tore through the dark plume around his neck, shredding the red into thinner and thinner threads, then thinned out into smaller pearls as they hit the ceiling. I watched the last big clusters leave the mouthpiece. They rolled across his mask and up past his forehead, catching my light in quick flashes. For a weird second, they looked like little silver fireflies trying to crawl out of his hairline. Then they flattened against the stone overhead and skated away, popping one after another. After that, there were only the small ones, the tiny bubbles trapped in the fabric of his hood, the fine fizz bleeding from somewhere under his suit where water and compressed air were arguing. Those rose slower, less sure of themselves. My hand was still half extended toward his mouth, fingers spread where the reg had been. I did not pull it back. I did not move at all. Whew. I realized I had stopped breathing again. My lungs spasmed, desperate, and I yanked in a drag of cold, dry gas that felt way too big for the space I was in. Shh. The exhale came out hard, bubbles punching the roof above my head. The sound slapped me awake. Deja vu hit so hard my stomach lurched. Different rock, different system, different depth, same sick feeling. Same weight of another man's suit under my gloves. Another pair of eyes going flat behind tempered glass. Evan in the quarry, hands slipping away from me. Bubbles boiling out of him as he fell backward into a cloud of silt. The way the world had narrowed then. 2. The way my brain had tried to split into 10 pieces, one to scream, One to help, one to count seconds, one to just shut down and float. I wanted to scream now, to open my mouth inside the mask and push out a noise big enough to split the stone. The reg would only give me air. The cave would only give me rock. Something bumped my leg from behind, not hard, just enough to register through the suit. The guideline jerked once in my hand. Caleb. I forced my head to turn, my light dragging a glowing smear through the silt. His face appeared out of the haze, closer than I expected. Eyes wide and glassy behind his mask. His hand was on the line too, white-knuckled. He looked from Rick to me, then to the narrow space ahead, and I could see the calculation happening behind his eyes, fast and ugly. He tapped his computer, then mine, then pointed back the way we had come. Root for a second, I thought he was asking me which way to go, like I knew something he didn't. It took me another beat to realize he was telling me to check my numbers. I yanked my wrist up into my beam. The dive computer screen glowed back at me. Little pixels cold and impartial. Depth, bottom time, gas pressure. And a line I had tried not to think about too hard up to now: DECO/TTS 402 minutes time to surface. If I went straight up right then, pushing through rock like it was nothing. The price tag on that fantasy was over 6 hours of stops hanging in the water like bait while nitrogen seeped slowly out of my blood and tissues. 6.5 hours. If conditions stayed exactly as they were, more. If we stayed deeper longer. The number felt obscene in that cramped space. It might as well have said forever. It hit me then with the weight of the rock above us. There was no fast way out of this. No punching the panic button and bolting for daylight. The cave and the physics it hosted did not care who had just died or what my brain thought it had earned. If I wanted to live, I was married to this system for at least the next 400 minutes. My chest tightened in a whole new way, not from depth or squeeze, but from realization, a different kind of pressure. The edges of my vision narrowed for a second, everything outside the computer screen going dark. I made myself look up, away from the numbers, back at Rick. His body was starting to float wrong. The trapped air in his wing and suit was dragging his shoulders up, but his wedged stage bottle held his left side down. He hung in a crooked tilt, back pressed against one wall of the S-curve, face angled toward the ceiling. Blood still seeped from his neck in lazy ribbons, but slower now. It drifted up to meet the stone and then smeared along it, painting a thin, watery stain that looked like the cave was taking a slow, thoughtful sip. We could not leave him thrashing in the line like a snagged fish, even dead. He was a problem, an obstacle in a space where 2 living divers could barely fit. We also could not take him with us, dragging a dead weight through the rest of the restriction, through the rest of the system, with that kind of decompression obligation already ticking higher. Was suicide. I knew that. Caleb knew that. Mason would know that. Wherever he was ahead of us. Knowing it did not make it feel any less like betrayal. I grabbed the guideline harder, feeling the rope bite into the pad of my glove. The cable of the rope phone vibrating faintly along it with far-off noise. I could dimly hear Mason's voice, broken and distant, filtered through stone and bad positioning. Hold position. Do not burn gas. Stay. Stay. The words came through in fragments, but the tone was unmistakable, controlled, urgent, trying not to carry his own shock into our ears. I signaled Caleb body. Move. Sighed. He stared at me for a half second, then nodded once. Sharp. His eyes were already red at the corners from pressure and maybe something else. We worked by feel more than sight. The silt had not cleared. It had multiplied, mixing with the thin smoke of Rick's blood to turn the water into a brown-gray fog. Our lights showed us a few inches of clarity, then nothing. I reached for Rick's trapped stage bottle again. The rock had him by the valve. This time, instead of just pulling straight back, I shoved the bottle forward first, into the direction it seemed to want to go, then up, then to the side. The motion cost me skin. My forearm scraped the rock, pain shooting up into my elbow, but the cylinder shifted. For a moment it was worse. His whole body lurched. His shoulder slammed into my chest, and I felt something inside his suit give with a soft, wet pop. The silt flared up again, shot through with new, darker threads. Then the valve came free. Gravity and buoyancy argued over him for a second. His upper body tried to float. His lower half sagged, and the result was an awkward, slack fold together. Caleb and I pushed, guiding him sideways into a shallow notch in the wall, a little alcove where the rock curved inward. It was just deep enough to cradle his torso and head if we pressed them in, his tanks wedged at a diagonal. It was a bad solution. It was the only solution. As I maneuvered his right arm into the notch, my glove brushed against something that was not rock and not gear. It was hard, smooth, and narrow under my fingers, and it moved when I touched it, not the way stone does, but the way something long buried and not quite attached might. A segment of bone tumbled out of the silt around Rick's hip and drifted up between us. At first, in the chaos of mud and blood and light, I thought it was just a piece of broken limestone. Then my beam caught the end of it, a rounded joint, smooth and pale, marked with the faint striations of old muscle attachment, a forearm, or what was left of one. The smaller bones were gone, but the main shaft was intact, the end shaped exactly like the anatomy diagrams from high school humeral head. Socket scarred and dark. The long length of it had that same thirsty chalk look as the skull in the rock's backup tunnel. It spun slowly in the current from our movements, unnervingly graceful, like it was reaching for something. For a millisecond, the broken end pointed straight at me. My gut lurched. I knocked it away on instinct, a clumsy swipe that sent it spinning into the silt cloud. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by the water and the small, grinding movements of the tunnel. The thought came uninvited. He's not all in one place, the skull in the niche, staring at the line, an arm in the choke, buried until we stirred it loose. What else of that old diver was scattered through this system, waiting in cracks and pockets for someone stupid enough to disturb it? Taken together, they almost formed a person the cave had decided to keep, piece by piece. We finally had Rick jammed in as securely as we were going to manage. His back rested in the alcove, his tanks wedged against two separate points of rock, his legs dangling, his head tipped forward slightly, chin toward chest, mask angled down, in the murk. He looked like he had just slumped to sleep in a very bad chair. The free flow on his reg had slowed to occasional spurts now. Hiss and bubble, hiss and bubble. I reached up and shut his tank valve part way, throttling it down. It was an instinct as much about not wasting gas as about not listening to that furious hiss in my ear anymore. For a second. As the reg quieted, the absence of that noise made everything else feel louder. My own breathing, Caleb's, high and thin, barely controlled, The faint vibration of Mason's voice along the rope phone, too garbled to parse now. The tiny, irregular ticks of grit settling on rock and something else. As I backed away from Rick to regain my position on the line, I turned my light one last time toward him. The silt had cleared just enough to give me a dirty, moving image, his outline in the notch, the pale curve of his mask, the dark cut at his neck. Behind him, past his shoulder, the tunnel continued a narrow, darker channel vanishing into green-black for the briefest heartbeat. My beam caught something standing in that darkness. Standing is the only word my brain had for it. It was not fully formed, just a taller, thinner shape than Rick's, upright where he slumped, half a step behind him. Too tall for Caleb, too narrow for Mason. No tanks glinted on its sides. No bubbles rose from where its face should have been. It looked like a person's shadow peeled off the floor and held up against the rock. Long limbs, a head bent slightly like it was watching something over his shoulder. The water rippled my own fin kick, probably, and the shape shook apart, turning back into overlapping bands of darkness and silt. I blinked hard inside my mask, heart pounding so fast it felt like a new, separate noise. I swung my light back, harsher this time, slicing through the space where the figure had been. Nothing. Just Rick's body, slumped and pinned. Just the alcove. Just the tunnel behind him. Cramped and empty, the cave did not suddenly explain itself. No convenient trick of rock popped into view to let me say, "Oh." It was just a branch of stone catching my cone. The water moved slightly long after I stilled myself, as if something else had slipped past and stirred it. I told myself it was pareidolia, the brain's habit of making faces out of noise, of grabbing random patterns in dark and static and turning them into something familiar. We are wired to see people where there are none, to imagine company in empty places. But lying to yourself down there is harder than it is on land. There is too much that can go wrong if you start letting fantasy in the door. I backed out of the alcove, fingers reacquainting themselves with the guideline like it was the only honest thing in the world. Caleb's hand found the line just ahead of mine. He was shaking. I could see it in the jitter of his light. We did not talk. There was nothing we could say that the cave would not hear. We started moving again, inching through the last angle of the S-curve, putting rock and water between us and the niche where Rick would stay until someone braver or stupider or more obligated came to claim him. Whichever direction we went forward to the big chamber and whatever waited there, or back toward the ice and 400 minutes of hanging, we were no longer just a team of divers in a dangerous system. We were 3 living bodies, one newly dead, and a 4th presence I could not name. For the first time in that whole story, for the first time even including Evan, I felt something under the fear that was not just physics or guilt. It was the clear, cold sense of being watched from very close by. By the time I'm writing this to you, sitting in a cheap apartment with a fridge that knocks and pipes that whisper, I've had years to try and rationalize it. Reflection in the silt. A trick of my light. My brain replaying the skull from earlier in some new place. But when I go back there in my head to that notch in the rock, that bloom of dark red, that bone bumping my hand, the feeling is always the same. Clear as the hiss of the reg in my teeth. I don't think we were alone in that cave. Not even before anyone died. 5.1 splitting from Caleb. There is this thing they drill into you, over and over, in every class and every grim little incident report. You do not split the team in a cave. If there is one rule the rock seems to reward, it is that You go in together, you come out together, or you do not come out at all. We broke it in about 5 minutes, after we wedged Rick into his stone alcove and choked his free flow down to a sick little hiss. The S-curve went very, very quiet. The water still held all the mess we had made, but it settled into a kind of slow swirl, drifting past his body and along the ceiling. I could feel Caleb vibrating behind me, even without seeing him directly. His light shook in the corner of my vision, cone jittering over the rock and then snapping away, like he could not decide what to look at. His breathing had edged into that thin, high place just below panic, not the full-on hyperventilating Rick had been doing, but close enough that every inhale sounded like it was scraping his throat on the way in. Whoosh, whoosh, too fast. The guideline under my hand was the only thing that felt remotely stable. Rock, water, gear. Even my own pulse, all of it seemed one bad decision away from going off the rails. The rope phone line hummed faintly along the main, carrying bits of Mason's voice from ahead, chopped into nonsense by the rock. Chamber, hold, do not, repeat, do not. We were past the place where words made much sense. What counted now was the shape of things. I pointed my light down tunnel, toward where Mason and Tyler had gone. Then I dragged it back along the line in the other direction, toward the pond and the ice and the truck and the 6 or 7 hours of decompression that number on my computer was demanding. Forward more cave, more unknown, but closer in theory to the second exit, the one Mason had been so sure about on the map. Back the way we knew. But now with one dead man wedged in a choke, another dead man's scattered bones, and a decompression penalty that had already swollen to 400 minutes and counting. Caleb floated a foot away from me, clamped on the line like it was all that kept his heart in his chest. His eyes were huge behind his mask, the whites showing even in the dim light. If we had been on the surface, he would have been pacing holes in the floor. Down here, all that energy just fed back into his breathing. I tapped the face of my computer with my knuckle, then pointed forward, miming distance a long, slow sweep with my hand. Open palm slicing through the water. Long way, but less unknown deco if we reached the other side. He shook his head, bubbles streaming from his reg in a ragged rope. He jabbed his thumb back the way we had come, then drew a short line in the water with his hand shorter. In his mind, the entry pond was closer, familiar. We knew the path. We had just come down it. I could see his math retrace, hang, freeze, survive. He reached for his slate, the little plastic rectangle on a bungee at his chest, and fumbled the pencil free with thick gloves. The slate floated between us in the weak glow of our lights, edges smeared with old notes from earlier in the dive. He scrawled in big, ugly block letters, his handwriting ruined by cold and adrenaline. Back equals safe. We know this way. He held it up in front of my mask, eyes pleading over the top of it. I took it from him, the plastic scraping my glove, and flipped it over. The point of the pencil felt clumsy and fat in my numb fingers. I forced my hand to move slow enough that the words would be legible later, if later ever happened. Rick and choke, tanks, silt, 400 plus minutes, hang. I wrote, then underlined the bad number, once, twice. Next line, Mason plus Tyler to exit. I added a crooked arrow pointing forward, along the main line. I tapped the slate, then my computer again, then the rope phone cable. Mason's garbled voice buzzed through it just then, like it knew we were arguing over what he'd want. I could not make out the words, but the cadence was still there, tight, controlled, busy. He was not coming back. Not easily, not with the same decompression obligations we had climbing up his back. The best-case scenario in his head, I knew, would be for us to keep moving toward where he was, where the cave opened up, where the second entrance waited like a promise. Caleb stared at the slate, then at my face. His pupils were blown wide, same as Rick's had been before. But there was still something behind them, still a person, not just an animal. You can see the difference if you've been down there long enough. He shook his head again, slower this time, like it physically hurt to do it. He grabbed the slate back, wiped one corner with his thumb, and wrote, pressing so hard the pencil squealed, "I can't." He hesitated, then scratched in another line below it, smaller, not past him again. He did not have to say who. The niche in the S-curve, barely 20 feet behind us, felt like a weight hanging off the line. Rick's body in the alcove, the cut, the blood, the fact that to go back, we would have to squeeze past him in that same narrow throat, brushing his suit, his mask, his neighbor, that loose bone I had already bumped once. I believed Caleb when he said he could not. Some cliffs exist only in your head, but down here the ones in your head can kill you as fast as the stone. Every second we held that slate between us, the number on my computer ticked uglier. Bottom time creeping up, decompression obligations stacking like debts. The cave did not care about our argument. It only cared how long we stayed and how deep. I felt something give inside me, the way a rope gives under slow, steady tension. The right choice, by the book, would have been to go back with him. Do not split the team. Do not leave a panicked diver alone. Accept the decompression monster and wrestle it for hours under ice, praying the line held and the gas lasted. The right choice by the book had already drowned one man today. I wrote one more line on the slate, hands shaking just enough that the letters came out crooked. You go back, I go forward, underneath. I scratched in follow line. Slow. No panic. I circled that last part. Not because it meant anything to the cave, but because I needed him to see that someone still believed he could do it. That he was not just a problem to be pushed into a notch. He stared at the words so long, I started counting my breaths to keep from grabbing the slate and shoving us both in the direction I wanted. Whoosh. 1. Whoosh. 2. Finally. He let out a long, shuddering exhale that blew a curtain of bubbles up past his mask. He nodded. Once. The movement small and shaky. His hand came up, fingers extended. He pointed to his own chest, then tapped 2 fingers to the line, then jabbed them back the way we had come. Me. Line. Back. Then he pointed at me, traced a line forward, and opened his hand in a helpless little shrug that said more than any slate if you're going to be stupid enough to go that way. I can't stop you. We hung there for a second longer, closer than 2 guys who barely liked each other topside had ever been, even through the glass and plastic and water. His eyes looked like somebody standing on a front porch, watching a family member drive away into a storm. Half of him wanted to call it off. The other half knew it was too late. I did the only thing that felt remotely human. I reached out and put 2 fingers on his shoulder, just above the strap of his harness. A small, firm press. It was clumsy through the suit, but it was what I had. He flinched, then nodded again. Harder. Then he was moving. He slid backward along the line, careful but obviously fighting the urge to kick hard and be done with this section. His light bobbed once in my face, then cut away. painting the rock for a moment with its jitter, then sliding behind a curve. The silt he stirred up reached for me in a last, ghostly wave, then thinned. In 10 seconds, he was just a vague glow behind a curtain of suspended dust. In 20, he was gone altogether, swallowed back into the long green tunnel. The S-curve, the pond above. I was alone. I turned my light forward. The tunnel beyond the S-curve seemed, at first glance, clearer. Less silt hung in the water. Most of it had been churned up behind us. The beam reached farther here, touching rock 10, 12 feet out before fading. It was colder. I felt it in my hands immediately, the way the water clawed through the insulating layers in my gloves, needling the last bits of feeling in my fingertips. The suit compressed a little more against my chest. The weight of the overhead rock suddenly more personal without another diver breathing next to me. I moved, one small kick at a time, following the line deeper. The rope phone cable thrummed faintly, but now the vibrations felt weaker, like the voice on the other end had moved further away into some bigger space. I caught the occasional syllable, chamber, light, stay, but they could have been ghosts for all the good they did. The walls here wore a different history. My light picked out long, parallel scratches carved into the rock at shoulder level. Some were shallow, almost polished smooth by time. Others were fresher clean, bright gouges where metal had bitten stone recently enough that algae had not yet dulled the edges. They ran in lines, always in the direction we were moving. It looked like someone had taken a length of steel and dragged it, over and over, along the same path. In some places, the grooves deepened suddenly, like whoever had been scraping there had stumbled or been yanked. My imagination offered an unhelpful image hands, bloodless and determined, clutching metal tank bottoms, being pulled along the wall by something that did not tire. I tightened my grip on my own gear, making sure nothing stuck out. No clip or strap presented itself as a handle. The cave had already shown me what it could do with one mistake and a bad angle. The guideline under my palm hummed again. 3 short, subtle pulses in a row. For a heartbeat, my brain tried to turn them into taps, into that same rhythm that had been following me from house to diner to motel to ice. Tink, tink, tink. I squeezed the line hard, as if I could feel the difference between physics and intent through the rope. It was just the rope phone, I told myself. Just Mason doing what he always did, checking, calling, counting, behind me, somewhere in the maze of rock and silt and dead weight. A man I barely knew was trying to crawl past a corpse to get back to a hole in the ice and a 6-hour hang. Ahead of me, somewhere in the dark. 2 more divers and 1 exit waited, assuming we still deserved either, between those 2 directions, in a little cylinder of light and a cocoon of thick rubber. There was only me. I pushed forward into the colder, tighter part of the cave, tracing my fingers along the line as the scratch marks in the rock slid past like claw marks on the inside of a throat somebody else had already tried to climb. 5.2, through the mask, and the last touch. I wish I could tell you the cave gave me a break after that. It did not. The main line bent and twisted through the system the same way it always had. All we had done was add new obstacles along it. The cave did not care. It just watched to see who would get hung up where. When I realized where the line was taking me, my stomach dropped hard enough I almost lost my buoyancy. The scratches on the wall, those parallel claw marks, petered out ahead, and then began again on the other side of a familiar little pocket in the rock. Even in the dim, cold light, I knew it. The contour of the ledge, the angle of the overhang, the shadow where the stone bit inward, the skull pocket. We had passed it on the way in that pale, bone-white head wedged between two slabs, the old mask clinging to it like a bad joke. I had hoped that was a one-time encounter, but the main line, the one that tied everything together, ran right along that wall, and now the space around it was different. The silt that had boiled through the S-curve had drifted and settled in new ways. A faint downhill flow had nudged some of our mess this direction. In the weak, fingertip-wide cone of my light, I saw bits of debris lodged along the bottom near the pocket, a snapped-off bolt snap, a twist of webbing, and something bulkier, dark against the rock. One of Rick's stage bottles had made it this far. It lay at an angle near the base of the skull's ledge, valve half buried in silt. The strap had come free from his harness in the chaos of us wedging him into the alcove. A slow, patient current had carried it here, dropped it like an offering at the base of the older relic. The cylinder itself was just another piece of metal, but it made the space feel impossibly smaller. The gap between the ledge where the old skull sat and the bulge of rock on the opposite wall was maybe 2 feet wide. That had felt tight enough coming in. Now, with the stray bottle and drifted silt and the knowledge of what I was squeezing past, it looked like the inside of a throat again, one that already had something stuck in it. I slowed, hovering just out of reach, trying to picture my body in that space, my tanks, my arms, the line. The guideline ran right through the middle of the gap, hugging the wall with the skull. It left me one real choice: go through sideways, shoulder almost grazing the mask, tanks scraping the opposite rock and the loose bottle, and hope nothing else decided to wedge. Backing up was not an option. Not here. Not with 400 minutes of decompression still coiled around my spine like wire. I inched forward until my light fully illuminated the niche. The skull was exactly where I remembered, or almost. It still sat in the little rock pocket. The old twin-lens mask clamped over the front of it. One lens empty, long since shattered. The other cracked, but holding on. A spiderweb fissure running across it. The strap, once black, now a greenish-brown, clung to the bone with pathetic stubbornness. The lower jaw was gone, the upper teeth still in their awful yellowed row. In the hollow of the still intact lens, mud churned lazily, little flecks of silt drifting up and down like snow in a snow globe. But the angle of the skull was wrong. Before, it had been tilted slightly away. Eye sockets aimed at the line in a kind of disinterested, sideways glance. Now it faced out more directly. The cracked lens looked straight into the space I was about to occupy, like something had taken hold of the bone and turned it a few degrees while I was busy killing somebody in the S-curve. I told myself it was the way my light hit it. Light changes everything down there. Shadows move. Angles lie. I did not believe myself. The further I eased in, the smaller the world became. Rock pressed in at my cylinders. The loose stage bottle at the bottom bumped my right tank with a hollow little thunk, then rolled an inch and stopped. My left shoulder crept toward the ledge. There was just enough room for my head and chest to pass between the skull pocket on my left and a bulge of rock on my right. The guideline ran along the ledge, vibrating softly under my fingers with whatever Mason and Tyler were doing somewhere further on. I turned my body sideways, exhaled, and slid in. For a few seconds, my entire world was that gap stone to my right, stone and bone to my left, and the line like a tendon between. My chest tight against my harness, my backplate nearly kissing the opposite wall. I had to tuck my chin slightly to avoid smashing my own mask into the ledge. That angle put the old skull literally at the corner of my vision, in the edge of my mask. I could see the pale curve of its forehead, one dead eye socket filled with mud and glass, the other dark hole exposed. More silt caught in the ridges. Claustrophobia is not just about space. It is about what shares that space with you. As I inched forward, keeping my kicks tiny, I felt the rock on my right scrape along my tank. It made a low, grinding sound that I felt more in my ribs than in my ears. Then my left hand, searching for the next tie-off, brushed the ledge. I told myself I would keep my distance, that I would hug the opposite wall and trust the line to guide me. But the space was too tight. My buoyancy shifted half an inch. My body drifted an inch too far left. My glove touched the mask. It was not a clean contact, not a smooth plastic under neoprene slide. The edge of my palm landed where the strap met what was left of the scalp. For a split second, I could feel every layer through the dry suit, the slick slime of algae, the soft give of decomposed tissue, spongy and wrong. The sudden, sickening crunch underneath where the strap had fused to dried skin and bone. It was like pressing your hand into a rotten orange someone had wrapped in leather. The outer resistance held just long enough to make your brain think solid, then gave, revealing the mush and the brittle crackle underneath. My fingers spasmed. The urge to yank my hand back was overwhelming. I did not. I could not. There was nowhere to yank to that would not pin me worse. I just froze, stomach lurching, and let the movement of my own body drag my glove along the strap. The mask frame shifted a fraction of an inch under the pressure. A small puff of trapped gas burped out from under the old hood material and slid up, bringing with it a fresh swirl of gray-black silt from inside the skull. In my light, something floated up into the cracked lens, not bone, not silt. A cloudy, gelatinous glob, yellow-white, streaked with brown. It wobbled there, suspended on the edge of the fracture. Vitreous humor, the last dried jelly of a long rotted eye, finally shaken loose. It smeared itself across the inside of the glass, turning the cracked lens into a blurry, milky stare in the other socket, the empty one. Mud shifted in little avalanches. For the tiniest moment, it looked like the skull was trying to blink. I forced a breath in, then out, each motion measured to keep my chest from expanding too much in the narrow slot. My own mask fogged at the edges, a halo of condensation creeping in, framing the bone face a foot from mine. I was halfway past the pocket when it happened. A touch on my tank. Just one. Light. Deliberate. Not the big, scraping drag of metal against rock. Not the chaotic bump of a loose cylinder rolling into me. It felt like a fingertip tapping the back of my right tank. Just above the valve, a small, precise contact that sent a vibration through the steel, up the backplate, and into my spine. I froze so hard, it felt like the water cooled another 5 degrees around me. For half a second, nothing else moved. My bubbles climbed in a tight, straight line, brushing the underside of the rock above and flattening out. The silt hung in the beam, motionless. Then the sound came. Not through the water first, but through the metal. 3 tiny notes, clear as a spoon on a bowl, traveled along the tank and into the bolts, through the harness, into my bones. Tink, tink, tink. They were so distinct that my brain supplied the physical sensation of whatever had tapped a knuckle, knocking gently, testing the gauge, seeing how full I was. The noise radiated outward after that, the sharpness blunted by the water. I heard the faint echo bounce off the rock in front of me, then behind me. A delayed chorus in the cramped space. My hand tightened on the guideline hard enough that my fingers cramped. I had to force my other hand not to reach back and swat at whatever was there. There was no room. There was nothing I wanted to touch. I dragged my eyes away from the skull and swept my light back, as far as I could, without ramming my own face into the rock. The beam cut across the pocket again first. The skull had moved. Not much. Not enough that a rational person topside would have sworn to it in court. But I had stared at that thing twice now, memorized its tilt the way you memorize a loaded gun pointed at you. Earlier, it had faced outward, lens looking into the gap. Now, it was angled down a few degrees, as if whoever once owned it had dipped their chin to get a better look at my hands on the line. The crack in the glass caught my light differently, a sharper glint. Behind the skull, in the shadowed recess of the rock, silt drifted in slow, lazy curls. Nothing moved there that should not. No hand, no arm, no lean, tall shape. I felt the urge to bolt slam into me like a wave. My heart rate spiked. My breathing hitched, shot up into that dangerous, ragged place. Whoo, whoo! I cut it off, clamping down on the inhale, forcing the next exhale to be longer than it wanted. My lungs burned. My chest felt trapped in a vice. Panic would only make the cave greedy. Move, I told myself. Though down there it was just a thought, half-shaped, not a word. I kicked, just enough to slide my hips another few inches past the ledge. My right tank scraped the opposite wall, another low scrur traveling along the metal. That was when the second sound came. A sharp, metallic click snapped through the tunnel behind me, the high, unmistakable note of a bolt snap closing on a line. Every diver knows that sound. It is how we tether our lives to things. You hear it all day topside, loading gear, clipping off backups. Down here, in the cramped dark, it was like a gunshot. It came from behind my fins, from the direction Caleb had gone, or from the niche where we had left Rick, or from some pocket of rock where the current had finally shifted a piece of old gear just right. Clip. The echo bounced forward, hit the rock in front of my face, and came back at me in fractured bits. For a second, it sounded like there were 2 or 3 of them, all snapping shut in quick succession. My heart tried to punch a hole in my suit. I craned my head as far as I dared, light shaking now, beam jittering over the skull, the loose stage bottle, the wall. Nothing new appeared. No hand on the line, no glint of a fresh carabiner, just the relics and the rock, looking exactly as uninterested as they had moments before. I could feel the cave pressing in on my eardrums, the pressure hissing in my joints. The computer on my wrist vibrated once against my skin, a haptic reminder that time was still moving and I was still paying for it. There was nothing behind me I wanted to meet again. Not Rick. Not whatever was content to tap my tank like it was checking inventory. Not the diver whose pieces we kept bumping loose. I shoved myself the last few inches past the pocket, skin crawling under every layer of insulation. For a moment, My mask was directly between the old skull on my left and the empty wall on my right, and I could feel that cracked lens on me like an extra light. Then the tunnel widened by a foot, just enough that space opened up around my shoulders. I let go of the rock with my left side, reclaiming a sliver of water that felt like a mile. I did not look back. There are places, on land, where you can afford to turn around and convince yourself the shape in the corner is just a coat on a chair. Down there, with the line under your hand and the clock eating at your bones. Sometimes, the only way to stay alive is to let the question hang. Something in that gap had tested my tank and spoken back through the metal in a language I was starting to understand. Tink, tink, tink. Inventory. Counted, noted. Through the mask, through the last touch on my cylinder, I understood something I had been trying very hard not to. We were not just divers moving through a cave. We were items in a system that had been tracking who passed where and how much of them it got to keep. 5.3. The scratches that count after the skull pocket. The tunnel bent down and then up again. A lazy sag in the rock like the spine of something old. My nerves were frayed to threads. Every new shadow looked like it wanted to reach out and grab a hose. Every bump of my tank against stone felt like fingers. The water got colder and tighter at the same time. I followed the line through a low stretch, belly almost scraping the floor, then up toward a slight brightening, not daylight, but a change in the way the water looked. My computer said the depth was shallowing, just a little, enough that I started scanning above for that telltale shimmer of trapped air. When I saw it, it was like spotting a lung inside the rock. Overhead, the ceiling dropped into a smooth dome just below it. The surface of a small air pocket rippled, catching my light in a weird, silver blur. The guideline went right up to it, tied off to a bolt in the wall, then dropped down again on the far side. Somebody had been here, found this tiny relief, decided it mattered enough to anchor to. I angled up, slow and careful, letting the last few feet of water slip past my face. My mask broke the surface with a sticky little slurp. Cold air rushed against the rubber, frosting the edges of the glass for a second. I kept the reg in my mouth a moment longer, eyes just above the waterline, ears half submerged. Listening. Nothing moved. The chamber was small, maybe the size of a walk-in closet. The rock ceiling was low enough that I could reach up and touch it with a gloved hand without straightening all the way. The air was stale and wet, heavy with the smell of stone and old breath. Every sound bounced around in short, tight echoes. I spat the regulator out and let it hang against my chest, still pressurized and ready. My first big inhale in that pocket felt wrong, like the air did not belong to me. It was colder than the water, clawing down my throat, sitting in my chest with a weight that did not go away on the exhale. My breath went out in a harsh cloud of steam, rolled along the underside of the dome, and vanished into the rock. For the first time since we dropped through the ice, I could hear my own heart without the muffled roar of bubbles drowning it out. Thud, 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 thud. It was too loud. The sound bounced off the stone in a soft, dull way, like someone drumming fingers on the inside of a coffin. I flicked my headlamp on, angling the beam away at first, so I would not blind myself. Light flared against wet rock, picking out beads of condensation that glittered like a galaxy on the ceiling. Water dripped from a few points, fat drops falling into the pool at my shoulders with slow, patient plunks. Drip, drip, Each one sounded huge, amplified by the tight space. I took a second just to breathe, careful, measured inhales, longer exhales, forcing my heart rate down a notch. Then I swept the beam around the chamber. The rock was smoother up here than in the tunnel, worn by whatever water had carved this bubble out ages ago. The lower parts were slick with algae and mineral film. Higher up, where the water did not always reach, it was drier, the color more of an ashy gray. On one wall, right at arm's reach above the waterline, the surface changed. At first, I thought it was just a patch of rougher rock, the way limestone sometimes crumbles in one vein more than another. But when I leaned closer, I saw lines, not natural striations, deliberate, scratched into the stone. I kicked gently, bringing my body closer, the water lapping against my chest. I put one hand on the smoother part of the wall to steady myself, then pointed the headlamp directly at the markings. They weren't letters, not really. They were tallies, 3 long vertical gouges, about the length of my middle finger, side by side, then a small gap, then 3 more, then another gap, then 3 more. Not perfectly spaced, whoever had made them had been working in bad conditions, but the rhythm was clear. 3, pause. 3, pause. 3. Below that set, a little to the right, another grouping, fainter, more worn 3, space, 3. Parts of them had been smoothed by damp and time, turned into shallow grooves rather than cuts. Further along the wall, I spotted more, some clustered, some half-faded, as if the maker's strength or patience had given out. 3 marks, again and again. Here and there, in between the tally groups, something else had been carved. Notched lines that tried to curve, to form letters. My beam traced them, picking out awkward attempts at straight edges and corners. H, E. The rest was eaten away, but I could see the ghost of an L and the suggestion of a P. The rock had drunk most of it, but the word was still there if you knew what you were looking at. Help. The letters were shallow, like they'd been scratched with something dull, maybe the tip of a dive knife, maybe a bolt, maybe a broken bit of gear. The H was strong. The E was messy. The L had almost vanished completely, the vertical barely visible, the horizontal gone. The P had fared worst. Only the curve showed, like a question mark left unfinished. I lifted my gloved hand and laid my fingers just below the word, not touching the letters themselves. My breath fogged the rock in a small patch, then slid away. There is something obscene about seeing that word in stone underground. It is proof that somebody else had stood in this same pocket, at roughly this same depth, with roughly this same air, and realized nobody was coming. The skull in the pocket, the bone in the choke, the missing diver flyer at the gas station, the scratches and the letters lined up in my head like pieces on a board. I could picture him here, more clearly than I wanted to mask, pushed up. Reg clenched between his teeth, knife in one shaking hand as he scraped lines into the rock between breaths. Counting marking time. Knocking with the pommel between groups of 3, hoping someone, somewhere in the stone, would hear and answer before his lights went dim. 3, 3, 3. The rhythm had been following me long before this cave. In my kitchen, behind the walls, in the motel, on the thin drywall over my headboard, in the pipes. Right after they dragged up what was left of Evan's gear, on the tank earlier, in that squeeze where something had tapped me like it was checking my level. Tink, tink, tink. I swallowed. throat suddenly dry despite the humidity in the pocket. The air in there felt thinner, like it had already been used too many times. My knife was on my waist strap, handle worn smooth where my fingers had wrapped around it over the years. I hesitated longer than I should have, then reached down and pulled it free. The metal made a small, familiar rasp against the sheath. I flipped it in my hand until I was holding it by the blade, steel flat like a chisel. The handle's butt cap solid. Rounded felt like a little hammer in my grip. I looked at the wall, at the tallies, at the fading help, then at the darker rock beyond where the beam fell off. Stupid, I whispered without meaning to. My voice sounded wrong, flattened and too close. I lifted the knife and brought the butt gently against the stone. Once, twice, 3 times. Tink, tink, tink. The sound jumped into the rock like a live thing. It was sharper than I expected, clearer. It rang around the small air pocket, first loud and hard, then softer as the echoes layered. Tink, tink, tink. It bounced off the dome over my head, ran along the wall with the tallies, sank down into the water at my shoulders. I could hear a duller version of it travel through the pool, down into the tunnel, like I'd dropped a stone into a well. For a second, it felt like I had punched a signal flare into the dark. The cave answered, not with a voice, not with anything you could point to on a recording. The dripping seemed to pause, then resume in a new rhythm, drip, drip, pause, drip. My own heart thudded in my chest, trying to sync with or escape from the pattern. There was a faint vibration through the rock under my hand, something subtle deep inside it. The line at my shoulder trembled once, like someone far down the system had shifted their weight. I had the sudden, animal sensation of having knocked on the door of something that had been counting longer than I'd been alive. 3, 3, 3. The notches on the wall were not random venting from a trapped man. They were part of a pattern that was older than whatever knife he'd used. He had fallen into it the way I had fallen into this cave thinking it was his choice, his idea. What if he had not invented the knock? What if he had learned it, picked it up from the way the cave spoke back when he hit it? The way the pipes in some rental house started talking after a body missed the surface. The way a tank vibrated in a certain rhythm in the narrow places where things get stuck. 3 taps in the quarry when Evan's bubbles stopped. 3 in my kitchen wall the night I first dreamed of him underwater. 3 in the motel, right when I almost bailed on Mason's plan. 3 on my cylinder in that squeeze, like a hand testing the gauge, here, in this pocket. The pattern was written into stone by someone who had been desperate enough to leave their bones and their habits behind. Signature. I let the knife drop back to my side, tip resting against the rock in the water. My breath sounded too loud. My heartbeat felt like another knock in my chest. The word help on the wall looked pathetic next to the neat little clusters of 3, like the person who carved it had realized halfway through that nobody cared what language they used. Only the count mattered. I wanted to carve something of my own, some message that said I had been here, that I was not just another tally on someone else's system. But the idea of putting anything more of myself into that rock made my skin crawl. Instead, I put the knife away, slid the reg back into my mouth, and took one last breath of that thin, stale air as I ducked back underwater, closing over my mask with a cold slap. The sound of the dripping faded into the familiar roar of bubbles and my own mechanical breathing. The little chamber disappeared above me, just another hollow in the stone. The tallies stayed there, in the dark, unchanged. 3, 3, 3. Somebody before me had used metal and bone to mark their time until the cave took the rest of them. Now, every time something struck rock or steel down here, a valve, a bolt, a tank, a knuckle, the cave knew exactly how to answer back. By the time I rejoined the line and felt the cold, tight water of the tunnel wrap around me again, that rhythm had settled into my spine for good. Tink, tink, tink. Not random, not imagination. A way of taking attendance, 6.1, climbing out of the throat. Dropping back under from that air pocket felt like diving down someone's throat all over again. The ceiling slid over my head. The rock swallowed the thin, stale air, and the world shrank back down to water, stone, and the white curve of my light beam. The guideline led me out of the chamber, hugging the wall, then angled upward, not steep at first, just enough that I felt it in the slow shift of pressure in my ears. The way the squeeze across my chest loosened by a fraction. My computer agreed the depth numbers started to tick toward the surface instead of away from it. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. The cave had decided that if it was going to let me climb, it was going to make me pay for every inch. The flow picked up as the tunnel tilted. Water pressed against my mask from ahead, a steady, unseen hand on my face, cold enough that it burned the exposed skin under the silicone skirt. Each kick felt like pushing into wet sand. My fins bit, slid, bit again. Progress changed from a glide to a grind. The temperature dropped another degree or two as I went, and somehow that small change found every weak point in my insulation. The cold was not sharp anymore. It was a deep, dull ache buried in the muscle. My thighs complained first, a slow, building fatigue from hours of finning against resistance. Then my calves. Then the little stabilizer muscles along my spine that had been holding me straight while the cave tried to twist me into a knot. My fingers were nearly useless. They had been numb before. Now they felt like someone else's hands sewn onto my wrists. I could see them, the big, black gloves wrapped around the line. The tips brushing rock, but the sensation that came back from them was delayed and distant, a kind of padded pressure without detail. Every time I shifted my grip, there was a millisecond where I could not tell if I had a good hold or not. I squeezed harder than I needed to, just to be sure, and that added its own kind of pain, joints grinding in stiff neoprene, tendons threatening to cramp. My breathing had settled into a fragile rhythm, not calm, but controlled enough that I was not blowing through gas the way Rick had before. Every inhale was a conscious act. Every exhale, I forced to be a little longer, a little slower, like I was squeezing the panic out of my lungs with the air. When I checked my computer next, the decompression line had changed. The number had sagged down out of the 400s into the high 300s. Still obscene. Still hours I did not have any clean way to pay. But it was moving in the right direction. The part of my brain that still wanted to do math latched onto that like a dog on a bone. Keep the tempo. Don't spike the workload. Let the number bleed down the way the nitrogen is supposed to. Don't sprint. Don't stop too long. The rest of my brain was busy listening to things it did not want to hear. At first, it was just the usual noises turned up by my nerves. My own breath through the reg. The rasp of valves when I turned my head. The faint creaks of harness hardware shifting with each kick. I told myself it was nothing more than that, the soundtrack of any cave dive, just played in the key of exhaustion. But after a while, Other sounds started to slip in around the edges. In the background of my breathing, under the whoosh, there was something else. A low, continuous murmur that did not match the rhythm of my inhale or exhale. It sat in the same space as the gas flow, like a second voice sharing the reg. If you have ever listened to a cheap radio station that is barely coming in static with a hint of words you cannot quite make out, it felt like that. Every time I drew air, there was this faint, almost word, right at the edge of comprehension, a shape in the sound. Shh. I told myself it was just turbulence, the way the gas passed through the second stage, growing teeth in my head, or maybe the hiss of my own blood in my ears, layered over the mechanical noise until it sounded like whispering. The more I focused on not hearing it, the clearer it became, in the tighter sections, where the flow pressed harder. The water started talking too. It rushed past protrusions and into pockets, creating little vortices. The eddies made noises soft, high, bubbly sounds. It was normal. Physics. Except every now and then, one of those eddies would break in just the right way that my brain translated it as a laugh. Not a big one. Not a full, human laugh with breath and voice. Just the stub of one. The tiny huff people make when they laugh through their nose at something they are not supposed to find funny. Who curled inside the rush of water like it had been waiting for me to notice. I pushed on. The tunnel narrowed again, but not to S-curve levels. This was just tight. Enough that the walls brushed my tanks occasionally. Enough that the ceiling seemed to lean in. The line hugged the right-hand side, anchored at intervals to old, corroding bolts drilled into the stone by people whose bodies were either at home, in graveyards, or in pieces in this system. I checked my gauge. Gas was fine, better than fine, given how long I'd been at depth. Fear is an efficient regulator when you let it rule every breath. I stopped finning for a second, letting the flow push against me, to take a more careful look at the numbers. I knew better than to hover too long, but I needed to see if the decompression obligation was starting to drop faster with the shallower depth, or if I was just imagining progress. In that pause, with my body suspended, the soundscape changed again. Without the steady rush of my own motion, I could hear the cave more clearly. The water murmured against the rock. Distant, muffled pops and cracks came from far away, the stone adjusting itself in microscopic shifts. My heart thudded, steady but tired. And somewhere ahead of me, in the dark, something pinged. A tiny, sharp chime, like a piece of metal being flicked. For an instant, 2 pinpricks of light appeared in the black where my headlamp beam did not quite reach. They were small. Too small to be another diver's main light, or even a backup. They did not spread outward or carve space. They just glowed twin points, side by side, at about the height a mask would be on a person floating neutrally. They stayed there just long enough for my brain to map them onto a face 2 lenses, catching someone else's beam and returning it. A second or two of direct, mutual sightline, you staring at me staring at you. I blinked, hard. When my eyes opened again, they were gone. My light swept forward, slicing into the space where the points had been. Nothing but rock met it, wet stone, with little droplets, each catching the beam for a fraction of a second before it slid off. Refraction, reflection. That was the explanation my rational mind threw out. Desperate and quick. My own light hitting a shiny patch at just the right angle, splitting into 2 little stars. Or maybe a tiny pocket of trapped air on the ceiling. Fat bubble hanging on after some earlier disturbance, scattering my beam. It could not be another diver. Not here. Mason and Tyler were ahead somewhere, in bigger passage. Caleb was behind, or not. Rick was where we left him. There was nobody else supposed to be between. The thought that there might be made the water feel instantly colder. I forced my eyes down to the computer, to the comforting ugliness of numbers. Depth, time. TTS 368 minutes. Still terrible. Slightly less terrible. Refraction, I told myself. The word just a shape in my throat behind the reg. Wet rock. Nothing else. The whisper in my regulator hissed an answer I could not fully hear, like static laughing at me. I kicked again, slow and deliberate, feeling the burn in my legs. The flow resisted, but I leaned into it. I could not afford to linger. The cave had already shown me what it did to people who stayed in one place too long. Their skulls ended up cemented into pockets. Their arms became loose instruments bumping strangers. Their scratches and knocks turned into the cave's language. As I moved, the line hummed under my hand once more. A familiar 3-beat tremor. Tink, tink, tink. Maybe it was just the rope phone again. Mason shifting position or tapping his mic somewhere in a larger space. Maybe the vibration had traveled along the line and gotten compressed in transit, turning whatever he'd actually done into my new favorite rhythm. Or maybe the cave was just reminding me it was still counting. The tunnel climbed a little more. My depth decreased. The decompression number ticked, grudgingly down another few minutes. The cold never left. The murmur in the reg kept pace. I followed the line, alone in that long, narrow throat, pretending very hard that the whispers were gas and the laughter was water, and the eyes I saw ahead were nothing but my own light trying to scare me off. 6.2. Breaking the ice. At some point, the pressure on my ears stopped getting worse. I was still working, still kicking against the current, still watching the depth numbers on my computer bleed upward inch by inch. But something in the water changed. The cold shifted from a deep bone ache to something I remembered from the surface pond cold. Not cave heart cold. The flow lost some of its teeth. Instead of pushing straight into my face, it slid past me, curling around my shoulders like it was in a hurry to be somewhere else. The silt thinned, too. My light started to reach farther ahead, carving out an actual cone instead of just a glowing oval in the murk. When I tilted my head up, the darkness above was not the same as the darkness behind. It was lighter. A faint, gray smear showed at the edge of my beam, too even to be rock. My chest tightened for a different reason. Another surface. The line angled gently upward, hugging a wall, then let go and rose free, as if whoever had put it there had run out of places to tie it to. I followed it, careful not to let the little flare of hope in my gut turn into the kind of sprint that gets people killed. The water grew a degree warmer, then another. Not comfortable, but less like a knife in the joints. My depth reading climbed into numbers that would have felt laughably shallow a few hours earlier. Now they felt like an apology. The smear of gray overhead solidified into a sheet when my light hit it at the right angle. The surface flashed back at me, not the quick, liquid glint of open water, but a dull, milky reflection. Ice. Of course there was ice. We had cut through a frozen pond to get into this mess. The other exit, if it existed, would be the same. a skin over the only air I had a right to anymore. I rose until my helmet bumped something solid. The contact was soft at first, just a gentle resistance against the top of my head. I pushed a little more and felt the give of water trapped between plastic and ice, then the harder, unyielding surface beyond. The world felt very, very small again. I braced one hand on the line to keep from drifting back down, then lifted the other and pressed my palm flat against the underside of the ice. It was smoother than rock, very slightly slick under my glove. Cold radiated through it, a different cold than the cave's thinner, sharper, flavored with air and weather instead of stone. I swept my light sideways, searching. The ice overhead was not uniform. Patches of it were cloudy white, rendered opaque by countless tiny bubbles. Other sections were clearer, streaked with faint, gray veins where cracks had frozen, thawed, and refrozen. Through one of the thinner patches, I saw the vaguest suggestion of movement, branches shifting, maybe shadows of trees in the wind. The light out there was weak and colorless, the kind of winter daylight that never fully wakes up. I lifted my head until the front edge of my mask jammed against the ice, skirt deforming, water pressing harder into my cheeks. My breath fogged the glass from inside. I could feel the air on the other side of that thin barrier in a way that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the part of the brain that remembers being born. Everything in me started to shout the same thing. My computer buzzed hard against my wrist, an angry, insistent vibration. I glanced down. The decompression bar was a solid wall now, stacked segments demanding time I did not have long stops at depths I had already passed. A schedule that assumed I was going to behave like a good little diagram in a manual and not slam my head against the bottom of a frozen pond. I knew, in a distant, rational way, that punching through and sucking in whatever air waited up there was a terrible idea. I also knew I was going to do it. I brought my fist up slowly, careful not to let my arm drift too far from my body and snag anything. The ice looked thin, a late winter skin. Not the thick blue glass of deep freeze, but looks lie. I curled my fingers into a ball and drove my knuckles up as hard as I dared. Thud. The sound was dull and huge at the same time. It reverberated through my arm, up my shoulder, into my chest. The impact jarred my teeth. Spider cracks bloomed out from the point of contact, faint white lines spidering through the gray. I hit it again. Thud. This time, one of the lines widened. A thin stream of powdered ice sifted down into the water, drifting between my goggles and the plastic of my light like gray snow. My knuckles ached inside the glove. I pictured the pond above a flat plate of ice with no hole in it, ringed by bare trees, no one waiting. Me just under it, beating uselessly, lungs filling while my hands leave invisible bruises on the underside of winter. Panic surged up from the base of my spine, hot and animal, overriding all the careful training, the numbered tables, the dives I'd done without incident. For a second, I was not in Devil's Siphon. I was in a glass coffin, watching the world go on through a lid nobody knew to open. I snarled around the regulator and hit the ice a third time. Harder. Thud crack. The sound changed. The crack was not just something I heard through bone, it was something I felt. The ice gave more, flexing under my fist, then snapped. A slab the size of a dinner plate shifted and lifted a millimeter before settling back down. Thin ribbons of water squirting around the edges. I switched tactics, bringing my knife up in a clumsy arc, holding it by the blade again. I drove the butt into the weak spot I'd just opened. Thud, crack, shar. The ice fractured. A jagged hole opened, half full of slush and broken shards. Cold air spilled through it, pressing down against my mask in a way I could not feel, but somehow recognized. For one awful breath, the hole was too small. My forehead touched ice. My mouth and nose were still in water, and the only air I could reach was the thin, stale stuff in the reg. The panic in my chest flared, squeezing my heart. It felt exactly like being buried up to my face, dirt in my teeth, light just out of reach. I kicked down, just a little, angling my body. Then I shoved my head up again at a diagonal, mask first. No, I risked breaking the seal. The hole widened under the pressure of my skull and shoulders, cracks spreading and collapsing until the brittle, late winter sheet gave up. Ice shattered around me, chunks tumbling into the water, the edges scraping my hood and tanks as they fell past. Then my face was out. The air hit me like a slap. It was colder than the water, raw and thin and edged with the smell of faraway things leaf mold from the forest floor. Exhaust from some distant logging truck on the highway. The faint sourness of old pond mud. It burned in my sinuses, pricked tears into the corners of my eyes. I tore the regulator out of my mouth without meaning to and sucked in a lungful. It tasted like rot and pine and something metallic, but it was not coming from a tank. For a few seconds, all I could do was hang there, chin braced on the ragged edge of the hole, gasping like I'd never had air before. My breath came out in thick white plumes that curled and vanished above the water, mixing with the faint steam rising from the fracture in the ice. The world up here was shockingly quiet. The pond surface around the hole was a flat sheet of dirty white, stretched tight to the tree line. The ice was thin enough in patches that I could see the dark water underneath, but thick enough elsewhere to hold the weight of old leaves and fallen twigs. Beyond the ring of ice, bare trees crowded in, their trunks dark with melt. The sky above them was a low, unbroken gray, the kind that robs everything of shadow. Somewhere off to the right, up the slope, a wind moved through the branches with a dry hiss. No trucks, no human voices, no chainsaw in the distance. Just the cold air moving and the faint, scratchy caw of a crow somewhere deeper in the woods. Caw, caw, caw. The sound felt wrong after so many hours of hearing nothing but bubbles and my own heartbeat. It was too clean, too simple. I forced myself to move. Hanging there, half in and half out, was just another way to die slowly. I needed to get out of the suit, get warm, deal with whatever hell my computer was screaming about. I shoved the reg back into my mouth, more out of habit than plan, and drew one last, steadying breath from the tank. Then I planted my gloved hands on the edge of the ice and kicked down hard, using the water to help lever my body up. The ice around the hole groaned, cracked, then broke in a wider circle, shards tilting and bobbing. I pushed through, chest sliding up onto a mat of melting slush and leaf pulp. For a terrifying second, my weight was too much. The ice sagged and dipped, pond water flooding over my sleeves. Then the sheet held, barely. I rolled onto my side, then my back, etching an ugly angel into the slush with my tanks. My whole body shook from cold, from effort, from the shock of being able to see the sky again. My mask was still on, lenses fogged at the edges. I reached up with clumsy fingers, peeled it away, and let the cold air slap my bare face. The temperature difference made my skin feel hot and numb at the same time, like I'd stepped out of a freezer into a walk-in cooler. Steam rose off the suit in faint threads. Water leaked from every seal, trickling down my arms, dripping from my elbows onto the ice. Each drop made a tiny, crisp sound as it hit. Tap, tap, tap. The pattern was wrong at first, too random, too slow. Then one of the leaks steadied into a drip with its own rhythm. 3 fast drops. A pause. 3 again. Tink, tink, tink. The noise was softer than in the cave, filtered through neoprene and melting ice instead of rock and water. But my spine recognized it instantly. It crawled up my back under the layers of insulation, setting goosebumps off like little landmines. I twisted instinctively, half expecting to see someone standing at the tree line, watching. The crow quieted. The wind died for a heartbeat. Nothing moved in the woods. The pond surface was just a broken ring of ice and gray water, my own ugly hole in the center, steam curling up in little ghosts. Underneath, the dark mouth I'd torn in the skin of the world gaped like an eye. For a moment, staring down into it, I could almost see the tunnel again. The lines, the scratches, the pockets, the places where the cave had decided to keep things. I dragged my eyes away and looked at the suit instead. Water was still running off me in streams, puddling on the shattered ice before slipping back into the pond. Each thread of it made its own little sound, some random, some in sets of 3. My brain tried to shove it into meaning whether it wanted to or not. I rolled onto my knees, then crawled, clumsy and heavy, over the crackling ice toward the muddy bank. Every movement made the broken sheets complain, thin plates tilting and snapping under my weight. One large chunk tipped, and for a second, I saw my reflection in it, pale, wild-eyed, face chapped and raw, hair plastered to my skull under the hood. It looked like something that had no business being topside. I hauled myself up onto the bank and flopped onto wet leaves, breathing hard. The smell of the forest hit me full-force cold earth, sour pond, old wood, somewhere close enough to hear but not to see. A branch broke under its own rot with a soft crack behind me. The water dripping off my suit stretched its rhythm into something almost like speech. I told myself it was just gravity, just heat and melt, and the way liquid organizes itself when it falls. I did not look back at the hole for a long time. 6.3, the van, the news, and the missing bodies getting out of the pond did not mean I was out of the woods. Literally, the trees all looked the same from the far side. Bare trunks, gray sky, patches of old snow and dead leaves. The hole I'd punched in the ice was just a black wound in the middle of a low depression, already starting to scab over with slush. If I turned around twice, I was pretty sure I'd lose it. My GPS computer had a breadcrumb trail, but it was designed for depth and time, not for hiking out of cursed drainage in a half-frozen cave suit. I knew, more or less, that the trucks were parked south and west of the original pond. The problem was my brain was full of numbers that had nothing to do with compass bearings, and my feet felt like someone else's. I started walking anyway. The dry suit, now full of sweat and pond and whatever else had leaked in, hung heavy on my shoulders. Every step made the seals tug on my wrists and neck. The rubber squeaked faintly when I moved, the sound out of place under the tree canopy. Leaves crackled under my boots, what I could see of them. Some had frozen into a brittle crust over mud. Others were just slick and rotten. More than once, I slipped, catching myself on a tree trunk, glove slapping wet bark. The air was colder away from the water, like the pond had been sheltering me from the wind. Up here, the breeze came in little sharp gusts, threading through the branches and biting any skin I had exposed. The sun was doing that late winter thing where it never really climbs. It just drags itself along the tops of the trees and then gives up. The light had already gone from gray to that dirty orange that says you're almost out of time. Shadows lengthened between the trunks, turning the forest floor into a mess of dark bars and blind spots. GPS or no GPS, I ended up following memory more than anything. Patches of open ground, the shape of a ridgeline, the way the sound of the highway, a low, constant hiss in the distance, got louder or softer as I veered closer or away. By the time I found the gravel road, my legs were shaking. The scrape of my boots on the crushed rock sounded too loud in all that space, like I was the only thing left in the world that could still make noise. Then I saw the truck. Mason's old Chevy sat where we'd left it, nose toward the woods, tailgate down. My van was a few spots down, white paint streaked with mud, back doors shut, a seam of ice at the tires where melt had refrozen. The Walmart receipt was still under the wiper where I'd jammed it, waving limply in the breeze. For a second, the sight of normal vehicles in a crappy, rutted pull-off broke something in me. The world I recognized had been sitting right here the whole time. What? 100 yards of trees away from where I'd been punching the underside of a pond. My hands fumbled with the van door handle. When it finally gave, the familiar smell hit me: stale coffee, old neoprene, metal, the faint, sour tang of dried sweat baked into seat fabric. It was disgusting and perfect. I climbed in, tanks clanking against the frame, and slammed the door behind me. The silence shifted. No more wind, no more crows, just the muffled creak of the van settling under my weight. My fingers shook so hard, it took 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine turned over reluctantly, coughed, then caught, shuddering. I cranked the heat to max and sat there, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, forehead resting on the plastic. Warm air began to trickle out of the vents, smelling like dust and antifreeze. It hit my face in weak gusts, then grew stronger. My cheeks started to sting as the blood returned. The suit was a prison now. The neoprene smell thickened in the warmth rubber. Algae, my own funk baked into it from a dozen old dives. I peeled the hood off, the cold air knifing across my skull. My hair, plastered flat, crackled as it hit the back of the seat. I worked at the zipper with clumsy hands, teeth chattering, cursing as the pull tab slipped. When it finally gave, a draft of icy air slid down my spine, inside the suit, making me gasp. I dragged the top half down to my waist, steam rolling out, and sat in my damp base layers, skin flushed and goosebumped at the same time. For a few minutes, that was all there was: the whine of the heater fan, the engine's low idle, my own noisy breathing, the sound of water dripping off the suit onto the rubber floor mats, steady little pats that the van tried to turn into its own rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. I kept my eyes on the windshield, watching my breath fog it from the inside, then clear in circles where the defroster blew. The trees outside blurred, then sharpened. The sky went dimmer by a shade. By the time I heard the other door open, my brain had just started to accept that this was real that I had. Somehow, made it out the other side. The passenger door yanked wide. A blast of cold air slapped my face. Tyler climbed in and slammed it shut behind him. He looked worse than I did. His hair was plastered to his head under a half-peeled hood. Lips blue. Face so pale his stubble stood out like ink. He was still fully suited up. Reg dangling against his chest. Mask shoved up onto his forehead, leaving deep red grooves in the skin. He smelled like pond and fear. His hands were bare. I realized, distantly, that he must have ripped his gloves off at some point to claw his way out of his own ice. The fingertips were raw and red, knuckles scraped, little crescents of dirt under his nails. He sat there for a second, not shutting the cold out properly, just breathing in shallow, fast pulls, eyes staring past the dashboard like the trees were still rock. I started, voice rasping. My throat sounded like stone had been growing in it. You made it. He turned slowly, like it cost him. Yeah, he said. His voice did not sound like his. It was higher, thinner. Yeah. I think so. I leaned across him and jerked the door tighter, making sure it latched. The heater fought back against the new draft. Tyler held his hands up to the vent. Watching them shake, he started talking before I could ask. Mason's not with me, he said, words tumbling into each other. He was ahead. Man, he was ahead. We hit that branch, that side passage. His eyes flicked to me, checking if I knew what he meant. I did. Mason had shown us on the sketch in the motel a narrow spur off the main line that he believed, in that stubborn way of his, might connect to a higher exit chamber. A shortcut. If you wanted to call anything in there that... We heard it, Tyler said. In there. In the rock. Heard what I asked, though I already knew. I could feel the shape of the answer in my spine. He swallowed. That tapping, he whispered. That little 3 count in the wall, like somebody on the other side with a wrench. He kept saying it was just stress fractures, just water moving. But I saw his eyes. Man, he knew it was wrong. He was tying in a jump reel when it started. It was close. He held up one hand and rapped his knuckles on the dashboard. 3 quick, sharp taps. Tink, tink, tink. The sound made the van feel smaller. He tried to go toward it. Tyler said if it was another passage, we could pop out higher, cut the deco. I told him screw that. We should stick to the primary. But he, you know how he is, was. He winced, corrected himself, stared at his raw fingers. He disappeared. Man, he said softly. 1 second I've got his fins in my light. We hit this cloud like someone shook a snow globe in front of us. Silt from nowhere. Rock hadn't even been touched. It just boiled. I'm flashing my light, trying to get a return, yelling through the reg, and then nothing. No bubbles, no beam. Just that tapping, for a minute. Louder, then he opened one hand. Fingers spread, like something had slipped right through them. Gone. We sat with that for a while. The heater hummed. The daylight went another shade darker, nudging the woods toward silhouettes. Caleb, I asked. My voice sounded far away. Rick. He shook his head once, a quick, jerky motion. Never saw him after the big chamber. He muttered, thought they were with you. Thought. He didn't finish. We waited another hour, long enough for the heat to finally soak into our bones, and for it to cool again as the van idled and the engine cycled. Long enough for the forest to go fully dark. Headlights the only reason the pull-off looked like a place and not just a hole in the night. Headlights we kept flicking on and off, hoping we'd see other beams coming up the gravel, hoping we'd hear boots, voices, anything. Nothing moved on the road. No silhouettes emerged from the tree line, dripping and cursing. The woods just stood there, black and indifferent. Eventually, we did the thing you do when you run out of hoping and start running out of time. We drove to town. The nearest sheriff's office was a squat brick building with a flag out front and a parking lot full of pickups. We walked in half-suited, smelling like the bottom of a ditch, eyes red, hands shaking. We told them a version of the truth: cave, divers, overdue, bad visibility, narrow constrictions, strong flow, 2 missing, 1 unaccounted for. We left out the parts about the skull with the old mask, the bone in the S-curve, the tapping. We tried a few times, but every time the words got near that, they just sounded wrong, like excuses from crazy people. They called in search and rescue, park rangers, game wardens, the kind of guys who know every fire road and deer trail for 20 miles. People showed up with maps and radios and faces that tried very hard not to show what they were thinking. Over the next few days, they did what they could. They erected pop-up tents at the original pond, strung lights around the ice hole, set up heaters and tables covered in charts. Other divers came guys with badges on their dry suits, heavier gear, more institutional money behind them. They dropped into the system with extra lines, extra bottles, triple backups. They came back up each time with a little more of our story in bags. They got one of Rick's main tanks, the serial number matching the purchase record, a stage bottle, Caleb's backup light, its lens cracked, a sleeve of suit, black neoprene ragged where a knife had cut it off someone in a hurry or something else had torn it. They found a bone fragment in the S-curve, stuck in a corner. It was small enough to fit on a paper plate. The coroner's office later logged it as compatible with human long bone. That was the phrase, exactly. They did not bring up bodies, the far chambers, the branch where Tyler said Mason vanished. The pocket with the skull and the old mask, those stayed out of reach. The official divers made it clear, politely and firmly, that they weren't going to push the system to the same edges we had. Not for remains, not for closure, risk versus benefit. One of them told me, not unkindly, "We don't want to add to your body count." When the local paper finally ran the story a week later, they used a photo of the pond at the original entrance. It looked harmless, a dark circle in a pretty stand of trees, sunlight glinting on the thin ice. The headline was something like 3 divers presumed dead in cave tragedy. The article did what articles do. It called us experienced. It said we had misjudged the conditions and underestimated the difficulty of the system. There was a quote from a state official about the inherent dangers of technical diving. Another from a cousin of Rick's, asking for privacy. No mention of the old missing diver whose face was still in the rock. No mention of the skull with the mask. Or the help scratched into stone above an air pocket nobody wanted to acknowledge. Nothing about the tapping, about the way Tyler's voice shook when he talked about hearing it in the wall. Months later, when the worst of the noise had died down, I managed to get my hands on part of the incident report. Not the whole thing, just the sections some bored county clerk was willing to send when I asked for anything public. In the official narrative, Mason's last known contact was recorded as a rope phone transmission from approximately X feet inside the main passage, near the first major air chamber, timestamp 1432. According to the report, He had radioed a standard status all well, continuing toward planned route, and then failed to check in at the next scheduled mark. That was the moment, on paper, when he became a problem. Tyler's account didn't match that. Tyler's last clear memory of Mason was in the side branch, deeper in, nowhere near the first chamber. The tapping had started after that. The silt cloud, the vanishing, the time on his computer when it all went wrong, closer to 1600. Somebody had moved the last contact point up cave and back in time. Maybe it was just sloppy note-taking. Maybe, in the chaos, someone had mixed up the rope phone logs, written the wrong chamber name. Maybe no one wanted the official story to include the part where the lead diver went chasing sounds in a branch nobody had surveyed properly. Or maybe there was a section of tunnel on those internal maps that did not appear in anything they were willing to send me. A part of the system they had decided, quietly, did not exist in public anymore. It is easier to swallow they misjudged the conditions than something down there calls people deeper with the sound of its own counting. Whatever the reason, the paper and the report and the state all flattened the story down to a clean, tragic line: good divers, bad choices, cold water. The missing bodies were just an unfortunate outcome. The skull in the rock, the bone in the choke, the help on the wall, the knocks in my pipes afterward, none of that fit into their version. So, officially, it never happened. 7.1, therapy, police, and the wrong kind of silence. It has been a few years since Devil's Siphon, on paper. In my head, it has been a long night that never quite ends, broken up by paperwork, fluorescent waiting rooms, and the sound of other people trying to explain my life back to me in terms that make sense on a form. The first real conversation I had about the dive after the incident report was with a detective in a small office that smelled like coffee and toner. He had that cop posture where he leans back just far enough to prove he is not scared of what you are saying. There was a digital recorder on the desk between us, red light blinking, a thin folder with my name on the tab, some printouts from the dive team, a copy of the state incident summary. "Walk me through the day again," he said. And I did. I told him about the Walmart parking lot, the gas station, the motel. I told him about cutting the ice, the long green tunnel, the air pockets. None of that threw him. He scribbled notes, nodded, grunted. He only really woke up when I got to the S-curve and the siphon took its due. He asked me about procedures, redundancy, gas planning, training levels, hyperventilation, he said, tapping his pen on the pad when I mentioned Rick's breathing. Stress response. People make mistakes under stress. You know that. I said yes, I knew that. I didn't tell him that stress doesn't usually reach out with bone and stone and help you make the mistake. When I mentioned the skull in the rock, he sat up a little straighter. "You're saying there were human remains in the system before your dive?" "Yeah," I said. "Old. Mask still on. Looks like the missing guy from that flyer in the gas station." He made me describe the mask twice. The sticker on it. The position. I could tell he was thinking about jurisdiction, old cases, the cost of sending anyone back in. When I mentioned the scratches in the air pocket and the word help on the wall, he glanced at the recorder like it had just grown teeth. "And you're sure those were there before?" he asked. "You didn't add to them?" "No," I said. He paused, chewing on that. "The tapping you say you heard," he said finally. "In your kitchen, motel, the cave, your tank. How long were you awake before the dive? How much sleep had you had in the week leading up?" I could see my story sliding neatly into a box in his head labeled human error. Complicating factors, fatigue, trauma, and locking there. At the end, he thanked me for my time. He told me officially there was no criminal investigation, just an accident with terrible outcomes. That was the phrase he used. Sometimes, he said, with the soft voice cops use when they are trying to be human. Our brains fill in blanks in ways that help us live with what happened. You understand, I did. I just didn't think that was what my brain had done. The therapist came after that. Insurance approved, tan office, soft chair that hissed when you shifted, cheap framed prints of ocean scenes on the wall, all teal and white foam, not a cave in sight. He was a nice enough guy. Late 40s, glasses, cardigan, a voice that did not seem capable of reaching full volume. He called what happened to me survivor's guilt and trauma response and a normal reaction to an abnormal situation. We talked about cycles of blame, about intrusive thoughts, about how it isn't my fault that Evan died, that Rick died, that Mason vanished, that Caleb never came back up. We did breathing exercises. He asked me to close my eyes and visualize a safe place. I tried. Once. All I could see was that tiny air pocket with the word "help" dissolving on the wall. When I brought up the tapping, he leaned forward like he'd been waiting for it. I hear 3 knocks sometimes. I told him, in my walls, in the pipes, in the radiator. Same rhythm as down there. Same as that skull guy scratched. 3. Pause. 3. It's always at night. He nodded slowly. Auditory flashbacks, he said, almost relieved. Very common. Your brain is replaying sensory details from the trauma. We can work on reducing the distress they cause. What if I record them, I asked. What if I show you? Let you hear what I hear. He smiled in that professional way. We can do exposure work, he said. But remember, the content of the flashback is less important than your reaction to it. We don't want to reinforce the belief that the sound itself is dangerous. What I wanted to say was, I don't think the sound is dangerous. I think what follows it is. But the couch was comfortable, and my copay was high. And I could feel, even there, how far outside the bell curve I was drifting. So I let him call it a flashback. I moved apartments twice after Devil's Siphon. Different towns. Same kind of place, cheap 2-bedroom in a tired building. Thin walls, buzzing fluorescent in the hallway. A parking lot that always smelled faintly like oil and old rain. I told myself I was outrunning the plumbing. I got a normal job. HVAC for a while, then warehouse. Same blue-collar grind, different brand name on the shirt. I avoided anything that involved pools, lakes, rivers, even bad gutters. I took baths instead of showers for months, and even then, only if the water wasn't hitting anything metal on the way down. At night, the apartment was a collection of small sounds. The fridge in the kitchen, humming, then clicking off. The baseboard heater pinging as it expanded and contracted. The upstairs neighbor's footsteps, muted and irregular. The faint rush of water in the walls when someone flushed a toilet 2 floors over. I started sleeping with the TV on, volume low. Static sitcoms, late-night hosts, reruns of shows where the worst thing that ever happened to anyone was a misunderstanding in a coffee shop. It was not that I liked them. I just liked any noise that was not my own breathing. The tapping waited for the quiet. First apartment, 2:47 a.m., give or take. Second place, closer to 3:10. The building I am in now, this little box over a strip mall with a broken elevator and a laundry room that always smells like bleach and cigarettes. It prefers somewhere between 2 and 3. The time the detectives call late and the therapist calls vulnerable, I will be sitting at the table in the kitchen, same spot every night, staring at the cheap laminate where someone once stubbed out a cigarette and left a burn halo. The fridge will shut off with its soft click. The TV in the other room will hit the end of an episode and fall silent. The building will inhale, and then, from behind the wall by the sink, or from the riser that feeds the radiator under the window, or from a section of copper I can't even see, it will come. Tink, tink, tink. 3 taps, clear, even. Not like pipes rattling randomly or a neighbor dropping something. They travel through the wall, through the metal, through the cheap cabinets, and into the bones of the building, then into mine, the first few times. I called the landlord. Something's banging in the walls. I said, might be a loose pipe or air hammer. It's always at night. He sent a plumber once. Guy showed up in a stained sweatshirt and work boots, tool bag banging his leg. He unscrewed access panels, tapped pipes with the back of a wrench, made thoughtful noises. I stood there in the kitchen with him, pretending this was normal, pretending my heart didn't try to climb out of my chest every time his tools hit metal. He shook his head. Old building, he said finally. Lines are original. They bang a little when they shift. Air pockets, temperature changes. These sounds you're hearing, it's just old pipes breathing. The word went through me like cold water. I thanked him, because that is what you do. That night, when the tapping started again, I turned the faucet on full and listened to the hiss and splash try to drown it out. But under the water, through the vibrating metal neck of the sink, I heard it anyway. Tink, tink, tink. Pipes breathe, the plumber said. Regulators breathe, caves breathe. Nobody wants to write down that sometimes. Things breathe where they should not. What none of them, the detective, the therapist, the plumber seemed to understand is that silence is not the opposite of what I went through. Silence is just what the cave does between sounds. 7.2. Talking to you. Right now, by the time the guy on your channel is reading this out loud, there is a good chance I will still be sitting in this same kitchen, at this same cheap table, watching the same blank space of wall and waiting to see if it answers back. I am not writing this for the detective. He already decided what happened to us. I am not writing it for the therapist. He has charts, handouts, a whole vocabulary of gentle words that never once mention caves that keep counts. I am writing this for you. You, specifically the stranger who clicked on a thumbnail with some dramatic title and a picture of a dark pond, or a cracked dive mask, or a screenshot of these exact words. You who thought, I've got 20 minutes. Let's listen to somebody else's nightmare. Maybe you are in your car right now, parked in a grocery store lot, doors locked, engine off, phone propped up on the dash. Sodium lights are buzzing overhead, painting everything the color of old teeth. Your breath is fogging the inside of the windshield a little. Maybe you are in bed, lying on your side, one ear pressed into the pillow, the other holding an earbud. Your head is a few inches from the wall, even if you are not thinking about that yet. Behind that wall, pipes, wiring, empty space, insulation, mice, or nothing, or something. Maybe you are in your kitchen, like me. Phone turned face down on the counter, speaker up, volume at half. You are rinsing plates in the sink. The water has that particular slap it gets against porcelain, and the dishwasher is humming a few feet away like a low, distant engine. whichever one you are. I want you to know something sound carries in ways people do not like to think about. In the cave, vibrations traveled through rock, along lines, through water. The tap of a bolt on stone at one end of the system could turn into a faint tick in an air pocket hundreds of feet away. A regulator exhale showed up as a shiver along a rope. Out here, we like to pretend our walls are thick and our wires are private, but the same rules apply. Your plumbing is all one big copper circulatory system, threaded through your building, carrying whatever moves inside it. Your baseboard heaters are metal fins welded to pipes you never see. Your fridge is a box of coils and fans and compressors, all bolted to the same skeleton. Now add in everything invisible: Wi-Fi, cell signals, radio. Whatever data lets this guy's voice and my words get to you. You are not listening to me directly. You are listening to vibrations that have been digitized, compressed, transmitted, decompressed, and pushed out through tiny speakers or cheap car subs or a Bluetooth thing on your counter. If something learned to ride those kinds of vibrations, learned to travel on the back of 3 tiny impacts, repeated often enough, it would not care what medium they started in. Rock, water, metal, plastic, air. It would only care that the pattern stayed the same. 3. Pause. 3. The first night I started this email, the clock on the stove said 2:13, the same ugly red digits I have been staring at for years. The overhead dome light in the kitchen flickered once when the compressor on the fridge kicked on. The laptop I am writing on is old, silver paint flaking off, trackpad worn shiny. The fan squeals a little when I have more than one tab open. Right now, there is just this window, white background, black letters marching across it. The building around me is half asleep. Someone upstairs left their TV on. I can hear the murmur of dialogue through the ceiling. A car went past on the street a minute ago. Tires on wet asphalt sounding like a long sigh. The fridge hummed for a while, then clicked off. The apartment went still in that way that is not really still. There is always something ticking, expanding, contracting. But there is a layer of quiet that settles over everything right before the sound I am waiting for. I am going to do something now that you will not hear in the voice reading this. But I want you to know it is happening while he speaks. I am going to stop typing for a moment and listen. There it is. From the wall just to the left of the fridge, where the main water line for the building comes up from God knows what crawl space. I hear it, soft but clear. Tink, tink, tink. The same cadence that echoed in my tank. The same rhythm the old diver carved into stone. The same pattern I tapped into the air pocket just to see what would answer. I reach over, without thinking, and put my fingertips against the drywall. It is cold, under the plaster, behind the paint. Something is touching the pipes with just enough force to send that pulse into the studs, into my fingers, into the laminate table, into the legs of the chair I am in. I pull my hand back and put it on the keyboard instead. I type as I'm writing this sentence. Something is knocking in my kitchen wall. By the time you hear it, that moment will be in the past. Done. Locked. Whatever just tapped has probably already slid away, deeper into the maze of metal and void behind the plaster. But sound has never cared about time the way we do. That pattern is already part of the recording in the tiny noises of my fingers on the keys. In the faint vibration of the laptop case, in the way the cheap USB mic on this thing hums when the fridge kicks on and off. If the narrator reading this leaves the track alone, If he does not strip out the hiss or the dead air, there is a chance, small but real, that somewhere in the noise floor of this story, those 3 taps exist as something more than just my memory. And if not, if the equipment fails, or the editor cleans it up, or the software smooths it out, you are still hearing a voice that spent hours in a cave where that rhythm meant someone else is here with you. You are still letting that pattern into whatever space you call safe. I need you to understand one more thing before we get to the part that actually involves you. There are nights when the tapping starts, and I do not just hear it as sound. I hear breathing over it. I will be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, the TV off for once because I am just too tired to keep it on. The heater will cycle off. The building will sigh. From the wall by the headboard, 3 soft knocks. In the next silence, my brain fills in the rest. A slow inhale through a regulator. A longer exhale, bubbles hitting rock. A second set of lungs working the same air. Sometimes I can almost feel the pressure change in the room, like someone else just took up space in it. The hair on my arms lifts, the tiny noises of the apartment fridge plastic creaking, a car door outside. The hum of the exit sign in the hallway all rearrange themselves into the soundscape of Devil's Siphon. You could call that PTSD, or you could call it what it feels like, the cave, reminding me it never closed its mouth. And now that I've put this in your speakers, in your earbuds, in your car, in your kitchen, I am not completely sure it is going to keep its attention on just me. 7.3. The last 3 taps. Here is the part where I am supposed to offer you something neat, a moral, a lesson, a tidy bow to put on a story about people who went somewhere they should not have and paid the price. If you respect nature, you'll be safe. If you follow the rules, you'll come home. If you stay out of caves, this will never be your problem. I could say those things. They sound good in a thumbnail. They get you nice comments about how chilling and thought-provoking the story was. They would all be lies. So let's do something else instead. When this video ends, not right now, not while he's still reading, but after, I want you to do a simple, stupid little experiment. Let the player run for a few seconds in silence. If the channel leaves dead space at the end, keep it. If not, pause it yourself. Turn down everything else. TV, music in the other room, Xbox, fan, whatever you have going to keep your house from sounding like itself. If you are in your car, kill the engine and wipers and just leave the battery on. If you are in bed, set the phone face down on the pillow next to you. Screen off. Audio done. If you are in the kitchen, set the phone on the counter. Dry your hands and shut off the tap. Then listen. Not for a long time. I am not asking you to meditate or to do a relaxation exercise. This is not that kind of story. 10 seconds, maybe 20. Long enough for your ears to remember what your house sounds like when it is trying to pretend it is empty. Listen to your own fridge kick on and off, to the ductwork flex, to the neighbor upstairs shift in their sleep, to the hot water heater contract. Listen to the things you usually call the house settling. And if, in that little window of quiet, you happen to hear 3 taps, tink, tink, tink. I am not going to tell you it is the cave. I am not going to tell you it is anything except physics and coincidence and your own brain feeding on the last 19 minutes of borrowed fear. But I am also not going to tell you it is nothing. Because I have moved 3 times since Devil's Siphon. Different towns, different buildings, different plumbing, I have changed jobs, phone numbers, therapists. I have thrown away gear, sold tanks, left wetsuits hanging in garages I no longer rent, and the pattern has never once forgotten where I sleep. It has followed me through drywall and copper, through radiators and water heaters, through cheap hotel walls and the thin aluminum skin of a work van on overnight jobs. Sometimes it is loud, a sharp rap that makes the picture frames rattle. Sometimes it is barely there, just a little tremor in the pipes under the sink that I only notice because everything else is off. Always 3. It does not come every night, because that would be mercy. It waits until I have almost convinced myself it was all in my head, that therapists and detectives and plumbers are right, and the only thing broken is the way I process noise. And then, at 2:13, or 3:11 or some other ugly red number on the stove clock, it reminds me that caves do not stop at rock. They extend along whatever paths we give them. Metal is a path. Water is a path. Stories are a path. Right now, my story is crawling through whatever wires and airwaves connect my kitchen to your speakers. It has already rattled around inside your device for a while, twisted into data and back. If something on the other side of my wall has been waiting for a new route, it has one now. Maybe that is all this is, a man who spent too long listening to his own guilt echo back at him, trying to make someone else carry it for a while. Or maybe there really is a point where rock and water and wires and walls all start to look the same from the other side. And something that learned to count bones in a flooded tunnel has started counting through drywall instead. I do not know which answer scares me more. What I do know is this: when the guy on your channel finishes this sentence, he is going to pause, like narrators do, to let the last line sink in. Maybe there will be a little bit of silence left at the tail of the recording. Maybe the editor will trim it too tight, and you will have to make your own. Either way, when that silence shows up, your house is going to have a chance to speak. If you hear 3 taps, spaced just so, I cannot tell you it is only your house settling. I cannot tell you it means anything, either. All I can say is that wherever I go, no matter how far I move from that pond, the cave finds a way to breathe through my walls. So if something on the other side of your wall has been waiting for a sound to follow, a pattern to recognize, a route to trace through pipes and wires and stories, this might be it.